Hey guys, picture yourself in a cramped Victorian nursery where the air smells of coal smoke and boiled cabbage. A wooden paddle gleams like a medieval sword, and the soft whimper of a child is instantly silenced by a sharp crack. Welcome to the parenting manual that would get you sued faster than you can say Child Protection Services. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you love history with a bite of darkness, and drop a comment telling us the strangest rule your grandparents ever handed down. Now dim the lights, grab a cup of tea or something stronger and settle in, because you're about to experience the kind of discipline that would have modern courts calling it illegal and immoral in under a heartbeat. You'll hear the creak of floorboards under a stern governess's boots, feel the cold bite of a lace-trimmed corset squeezing a child's torso, and smell the sweet, almost cloying scent of powdered wigs while the housekeeper whispers, "That's just how we raised respectable citizens." Ever wonder how a bedtime story could double as a courtroom drama? Let's walk through the absurd, the brutal, and the downright illegal. So tell me, would you survive a Victorian-style curfew? And how many points would you lose on today's parenting scorecard? The gaslit hallway of the Whitmore townhouse reeked of boiled cabbage and cheap perfume as young Alina tiptoed into the nursery, her tiny shoes squeaking on the polished oak. Lady Whitmore, a statuesque woman in a black silk gown, loomed like a marble statue come to life, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. "Children are miniature adults," she intoned, brandishing a brass ruler that glinted like a tiny sword. The room smelled of lavender oil, but the scent was quickly overrun by the metallic tang of discipline. Lady Whitmore's creed unfolded with the precision of a clockwork automaton. Strict timetables, iron-clad rules, and a daily regimen of corporal punishment that made the nursery floor feel like a battlefield. When Alina dared to hum a nursery rhyme, the lady's hand snapped down with a thud that echoed like a drumbeat, leaving a reddened welt that tasted of copper. Tears were brushed away with a handkerchief embroidered with a rose, the fabric as cold as the mother's stare. The air vibrated with the crack of the ruler, the sting of fear, and the faint, lingering aroma of boiled potatoes from the kitchen below. Modern sensibilities would label this scene as child abuse, a violation that would land Lady Whitmore in a courtroom faster than a Netflix binge. Today's laws forbid the very notion of treating a child as a miniature adult, insisting instead on nurturing, play, and emotional validation, concepts as alien to Victorian aristocracy as a smartphone. The juxtaposition feels like watching a medieval joust streamed on Twitch, the audience gasping at each swing of the sword. Yet in 1865, such cruelty was wrapped in the language of propriety, as if discipline were a fine silk cravat. There is a bitter irony in watching Lady Whitmore enforce her doctrine while humming the same lullaby she forces upon Alina, a tune that would later become a meme about overprotective parents on TikTok. The nursery, with its lace curtains and soot-stained walls, resembles a set from a period drama. Think Downton Abbey meets The Handmaid's Tale, where the only rebellion is a whispered word. Alina's stifled giggle is a tiny act of rebellion, a modern meme in the making, echoing through the corridors like a glitch in the system. Even the house cat, a soot-black feline named Grimalkin, watches with eyes that seem to say, "I see this, and I'm not sharing it with anyone." By the time the chapter closes, the rigid nursery stands as a stark reminder. that what was once deemed respectable now reads like a script for a dystopian thriller. The sensory overload of clanking metal, sharp scents, and bruised skin would be flagged by any child welfare officer faster than you can say mandatory reporting. Lady Whitmore's legacy, wrapped in silk and severity, would be illegal today, its very existence a crime scene in the eyes of contemporary law. And so Alina, clutching a cracked porcelain doll, becomes the unwitting protagonist of a story that proves some histories are best left in the dust of the past. The morning bell at Ashcroft Manor clangs like a courtroom gavel, rousing Alina from a dream of sugar-spun clouds to the iron-clad reality of her nursery. She sits up on a narrow cot that smells of mothballs and stale wool, the thin curtains barely keeping out the soot-gray light. Sir Thomas, his mustache as stiff as his moral code, hands her a slate etched with the day's commandments. No laughter, no wandering, no questioning. The housekeeper, Mrs. Craven, slides a brass spoon of porridge into her bowl, the steam rising like a funeral veil over a battlefield of crumbs. Alina's heart thuds in her chest, a drumbeat that will soon be silenced by a ruler. Play is a forbidden word, whispered only when the servants are out of earshot, for any giggle could earn a lash that tastes of leather and regret. The day begins with rote learning. She recites the alphabet backwards while the fire crackles, each syllable a brick in the wall of her mind. When she stumbles over a Q, Sir Thomas appears, his shadow stretching across the floor like a judge's robe, and delivers a swift swat that leaves a crimson bloom on her wrist. The sting sings louder than the choir of sparrows outside, and the air fills with the metallic tang of blood mingling with the soot from the hearth. Alina bites back a sob, swallowing it like a bitter pill of Victorian propriety. By noon, Alina is escorted to the family's textile workshop, a cavernous room that hums with the relentless chatter of looms and the acrid scent of oil-soaked cotton. Her tiny fingers are thrust onto a spindle, the fibers biting into her skin as if the cloth itself were trying to escape. Sir Thomas watches from a balcony, his spectacles glinting, and counts each stitch like a miser counting coins, rewarding speed with a rare smile and punishing slowness with an extra turn of the whip. The other children, cousins, neighbors, even the baker's son, shuffle in a chorus of sighs, their eyes glazed from the dust that settles like a permanent fog on their faces. The clang of the loom becomes a metronome for exploitation, turning innocence into profit with every rhythmic thump. In this house, parenting and profit are tangled like the yarn on the loom, each rule a thread that binds Alina to a destiny of obedience. The irony is as thick as the soot on the ceiling. A father who preaches virtue while his daughter learns the alphabet by the lash, then learns to spin thread by the same hand. The household operates like a Victorian version of a reality TV show, except the only audience is the stern portrait of Queen Victoria watching from the mantel, eyes painted with disapproval. Humor flickers like a candle in the gloom when Alina imagines Sir Thomas as a modern-day drill sergeant shouting, "Drop and give me 20, at a kindergarten. Yet the laughter is hollow, echoing off the stone walls that have witnessed generations of children reduced to obedient cogs. If you walked into Ashcroft Manor today, Child Protective Services would swoop in faster than a superhero landing, armed with statutes that outlaw whippings, forced labor, and the very notion of no play. The sensory overload of chalk dust, blood, and cotton lint would be catalogued as evidence, and Sir Thomas would find himself on a courtroom stage rather than a loom balcony. Eleanor's story would be streamed on social media, with hashtags like number Victorian nightmare and number parenting gone wrong trending faster than a cat video. The irony would be that the very iron rules meant to forge discipline now crack under the weight of modern morality. And somewhere, perhaps in a museum, a plaque would read, "Here stood a house where love was measured in lashes," a reminder that some rules belong in the past. The great oaken doors of Whitmore Hall groaned like an exhausted stagecoach as Miss Eleanor Hartley stepped onto the frost-bitten porch. Her bonnet, a stiff cloud of soot gray, barely concealed a smile that hinted at rebellion. Inside, the air smelled of pine polish, stale tobacco, and the faint, sour tang of boiled cabbage, an olfactory reminder that this house fed on tradition as much as on meals. The children, gaunt as wilted roses, peered from behind lace curtains, their eyes flickering with the same curiosity that a cat shows when a mouse teases a trapdoor. Miss Hartley's boots clicked on the marble floor, each step a tiny drumbeat announcing that a new song might soon echo through the corridors. She set down a battered leather satchel and, with a conspiratorial whisper, began to read aloud from a pamphlet titled Children's Rights. A New Dawn, its pages crackling like fireflies trapped in parchment. The words spoke of gentle embraces, of letting a child's imagination roam free rather than being shackled to a wooden cradle of discipline. As she demonstrated a proper cuddle on the youngest boy, his squeal rose like a startled violin, startling the housemaid who clutched a feather duster as if it were a sword. The children's faces softened, the air warmed, and even the ancient portrait of Sir Reginald Whitmore seemed to tilt its painted eye toward this strange, tender rebellion. Miss Hartley's voice, bright as a sunrise over the Thames, carried the promise of the burgeoning child welfare movement, an idea as foreign to the manor as a smartphone in a Dickens novel. Lady Arabella Whitmore, draped in black silk and pearls that clinked like courtroom gavel heads, entered the drawing room with the fury of a storm-clouded governess. "Affection," she snarled, her nostrils flaring at the scent of softness that threatened to erode her iron-clad reputation. She imagined the law of the land, still a century away, swinging like a medieval guillotine, ready to chop off any notion that a child might demand a bedtime story over a beating. "You'll have us raising our brood like tiny, obedient robots, not the squabbling, crying tick-tock influencers of the future," she declared, her irony as sharp as a razor blade hidden in a lace cuff. The household trembled, for Lady Whitmore's wrath was as palpable as the cold draught that slipped through the cracked window panes. The servants exchanged nervous glances, the cook muttering about the good old days when a child's tears were just seasoning for the stew. Miss Hartley, undeterred, placed a fresh baked scone on the mantel, its buttery aroma weaving a temporary truce that smelled like hope and cinnamon. Meanwhile, the eldest son, Edward, whispered to his sister that the new ideas felt like a secret level in a video game, unexpected, thrilling, and possibly illegal under the Victorian Code of Conduct. As the clock struck midnight, the house seemed to hold its breath, the ticking echoing the slow march of modern statutes that would one day deem corporal punishment a crime. Outside, the wind rattled the shutters, as if the very world were urging Whitmore Hall to choose between the dust of antiquity and the fresh air of reform. In the quiet after the storm, Miss Hartley knelt beside the smallest child, brushing a stray curl from his forehead with a tenderness that could melt the sternest marble bust. Lady Whitmore stood in the doorway, her expression a mix of suspicion and grudging awe, as if she were watching a Victorian-era version of The Voice, where the judges were iron-clad morals. The whisper of reform floated through the corridors like a scented candle, soft, persistent, and impossible to snuff out without stirring the smoke of rebellion. The children, now clutching their new pamphlets, giggled at the absurdity of being taught that love could be a legal right, a notion that would have landed them in the stocks a century earlier. And so, the manor teetered on the brink, its future hanging like a pendulum between the clanking chains of the past and the bright, if uncertain, glow of a law that would one day make Victorian parenting illegal. Maya pushed open the heavy brass door of the old psychiatric ward, and the scent of disinfectant tangled with the ghost of lavender oil that still clung to the cracked plaster. The fluorescent lights flickered like nervous fireflies, casting jittery shadows across the linoleum floor. She slipped her shoes off, feeling the cold, greasy tiles bite at her arches, a reminder that this place had seen more sweat than a Victorian laundry room. A stack of patient files sat like a tower of teetering teacups, each one a tiny porcelain secret waiting to shatter. Maya pulled her coat tighter, half expecting the echo of a ghostly governess to whisper, "Mind your manners," from the hallway. The next hour detonated when Mrs. Whittaker, a 70-year-old with trembling hands, erupted into a scream that rattled the windows like a runaway carriage. Her voice cracked, spilling a torrent of fear that smelled of wet wool and stale tea, and she clutched a crumpled photograph of a stern-eyed matriarch named Alina. Maya felt the room tilt, as if the very plaster were breathing in sync with the patient's panic. The woman's breakdown was a mirror cracked in two, reflecting Alina's hidden anguish that had been smothered beneath corsets and chastity. In that moment, Maya realized she was watching the same tragedy replay, only now the echo came with a modern stethoscope instead of a candle. Back in her mind, Maya replayed the Victorian handbook on parenting, a dusty tome that prescribed discipline with a wooden spoon and love measured in silence. It taught that children were tiny apprentices to authority, their emotions locked away like coal in a furnace, only to be stoked when the master deemed fit. She imagined Alina, perched on a high chair, staring at a portrait of Queen Victoria while her own daughter wept beneath a wool blanket, the smell of boiled cabbage hanging heavy in the air. The old doctrine whispered that a stiff back and a bow-tightened corset could straighten even a wandering soul. Maya saw how that relentless rigidity had lodged itself in Alina's heart, a rusted gear grinding quietly behind polite smiles. Modern therapy, however, marched in like a band of rebellious punk rockers, blasting synth beats over soot-blackened walls. Maya's own training urged her to name the feelings, to let them spill like tea onto a pristine saucer, and then laugh at the mess. Yet the Victorian ghost in the room hissed, "Keep it together, girl, or you'll be the scandal of the season." The irony was as thick as the fog that used to roll off the Thames. She, a 21st-century clinician, was being schooled by a 19th-century specter. She fought the urge to hand Mrs. Whittaker a brass knuckle, and instead offered a gentle, sarcastic smile that said, "Let's untangle that corset of grief, shall we?" Finally, Maya leaned close, letting the scent of antiseptic mix with the faint perfume of wilted roses from Alina's portrait. and whispered a promise to unspool the tangled yarn of generations. She guided Mrs. Whittaker through breathing exercises that felt like blowing out candles on a Victorian birthday cake, short, sharp, and oddly celebratory. As the patient's sobs softened into a shaky chuckle, Maya sensed Aliner's shadow loosen its grip, as if a dusty chandelier had been dusted clean. The room seemed to exhale, the fluorescence humming a steadier note, and Maya felt the old doctrine crack like brittle china under a modern footfall. In that cracked silence, she realized the true breaking point wasn't a collapse, but the moment where the past finally bowed to a new kind of kindness. The clang of factory whistles that once drowned the streets of Waitekapel now sounded like a rallying cry. As crowds gathered outside Parliament with fists clenched around petitions, mothers shouted, "No more tiny hands on the loom," while men in soot-stained caps waved newspaper headlines that read, "New laws for New Dawn." The House of Commons trembled under the weight of that uproar, and the weary clerk finally signed the Factory Act of 1867, sealing stricter hours for children. In a cramped back alley tavern, the Hartley family, Thomas, his boy Samuel, and his sister Elsie, reunited over a mug of stale ale, their eyes glittering with a cautious hope. Even the soot-caked walls seemed to exhale, as if the city itself were taking a sigh of relief. Thomas Hartley, who had spent years hauling coal in the bowels of the city, was offered a steadier wage at the newly opened railway depot, where the air smelled of oil and optimism rather than coal dust. His hands, still raw from years of bruising, found a different rhythm pounding steel rails instead of shoveling charcoal. He laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that startled the pigeons perched on the depot's iron beams, when his foreman joked, "Welcome to the future, where you can actually afford a pair of proper shoes." The extra pennies meant a warm blanket for the family, and for the first time in years, a decent loaf of bread that didn't taste like cardboard. Thomas felt a strange thrill, like a character in a Dickens novel discovering a hidden treasure, and he promised his children that the worst of their toil was finally behind them. Samuel, whose mind had flickered like a candle in the darkness of the mill, caught the eye of a kindly schoolmaster who spotted his quick calculations on a scrap of soot-stained paper. The schoolmaster, a former child labor survivor himself, offered Samuel a scholarship to the Mechanics' Institute, where the chalk dust smelled sweetly of ambition. Samuel's first day was a sensory overload. The wooden desks squeaked, the bell rang like a church hymn, and the scent of fresh ink made his throat tingle. He devoured arithmetic and reading with the hunger of someone who'd never been fed knowledge before, earning the nickname, Little Einstein, a whisper of pop culture that made his classmates grin. When he proudly showed his mother a gold-rimmed certificate, the paper fluttered like a tiny banner of triumph over the soot-filled streets they'd left behind. Elsie, whose bright eyes still carried the ghost of a factory fire that left a faint scar across her cheek, stepped hesitantly into the village schoolroom, clutching a battered doll as her only armor. The room buzzed with the chatter of children, the scent of chalk and boiled milk, and the occasional squeak of a rusty hinge that seemed to giggle at her nerves. Her teacher, a stern yet compassionate woman with a voice like cracked violin strings, assigned her the simple task of copying verses, and each stroke of the quill felt like a tiny rebellion against the past. Elsie's scar, though a reminder of pain, became a badge of honor. Classmates whispered, "She's survived a real-life monster movie," and she blushed, half proud, half embarrassed, when the school bell rang, releasing her into the cool evening air scented with soot-free lilacs. Elsie realized that learning could be a lantern, bright enough to guide her family out of the shadows. The Hartley household, once shackled to the relentless grind of Victorian industry, now hummed with a new rhythm. Thomas' steady paycheck, Samuel's book-filled desk, and Elsie's eager questions about the world beyond their soot-gray neighborhood. Neighbors peered through foggy windows, noting the subtle shift. Fewer children sprinting home with bruised knuckles, more families gathering around modest hearths to read aloud. Even the city's grimy walls seemed to blush with a faint pink, as if the sunrise of reform had painted a hopeful hue over the brickwork. There's irony, of course, that the very laws meant to protect children were drafted by men who once used their own kids as living cogs, now forced to watch those cogs spin freely. And as the Hartleys sit together, sharing a simple supper, a distant carriage rattles past, its driver humming a tune from a Broadway show. Proof that even in Victorian London, the world keeps turning, and every dawn, however new, still needs a splash of music. The bell above the stone schoolhouse cracked the morning air like a rooster on caffeine, summoning the village's ragged children to their desks. Mr. Whittaker, a man whose mustache could have been a separate tax bracket, stood by the blackboard with a wooden cane tucked under his arm like a medieval sword. The scent of damp thatch and coal smoke drifted in through the open windows, mixing with the sharp tang of chalk dust that clung to every breath. He greeted the pupils with a grin that suggested he just discovered a new way to fold a paper crane, except the crane was made of discipline. In this modest English hamlet of 1842, the schoolroom felt as much a battlefield as a place of learning. Young Thomas, an apprentice with ink-stained fingers from his day job at the loom, perched on a wobbly bench and watched his classmates shrink like wilted lettuce. When Mr. Whittaker raised the cane, the room fell silent except for the faint creak of floorboards and the collective gulp of nervous air. A boy named Samuel flinched, his eyes widening to the size of saucers, and a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of sweat rose from his neck. Thomas could taste the metallic bite of fear on his tongue, as if the school's old copper kettle had boiled his courage. The whole scene played out like a silent tick-tock, except nobody could scroll away. Outside, the village green buzzed with the clatter of horse-drawn carts and the low hum of the new factory's loom, a mechanical beast that threatened to swallow the old ways whole. Whispers of reform floated across the grass like dandelion seeds, each one daring to ask whether a cane was a tool of order or a relic of cruelty. Mr. Whittaker, however, clung to tradition as tightly as a Netflix binge watcher clings to the next episode button, insisting that discipline was the only way to keep the boys from turning the school into a real-life Lord of the Flies. The irony was as thick as the soot that stained the factory walls. The very machines that promised progress also forged the arguments for a softer touch. Thomas felt a knot tighten in his stomach, half expecting the cane to crack like a bad joke in a sitcom. The first strike landed with a thud that resonated like a drumbeat in a marching band, sending a spray of chalk shards into the air and a chorus of yelps from the terrified boy. The cane sang a short, sharp song. Think of a violin's screech when a string snaps, while the smell of burnt wood mingled with the lingering aroma of Mrs. Hargreaves' rye bread from breakfast. Mr. Whittaker's eyes glittered with a mix of satisfaction and something that might have been a flicker of doubt, as if he just scored a goal in a game he no longer understood the rules of. Thomas, clutching his notebook, felt the paper tremble under his fingers, the ink bleeding like a secret spilling out. The incident left a bruise on the boy's cheek that would outlast the day's lesson, a crimson reminder that discipline can be as messy as a toddler's art project. When the bell finally rang again, releasing the children into the smoky embrace of the factory's shadow, the echo seemed to ask, "Was it worth it?" Thomas lingered, his mind replaying the cane's crack like a pop culture meme, quick, shocking, and oddly addictive. He imagined a future where teachers swapped wooden sticks for words, where discipline was measured in conversation rather than contusion. The village green, still alive with children's laughter, hinted at a new rhythm, one that might one day drown out the clang of the cane. And so the schoolhouse bell rang on, a stubborn metronome marking the uneasy dance between tradition's iron grip and the soft pulse of emerging humanity. Thomas stepped into the clatter of the town's textile mill like a rookie actor on a stage set for a Dickensian nightmare. The air smelled of hot coal, oil-slicked cotton, and a faint tang of sweat that clung to the rafters like cobwebs. Looms thumped in a relentless rhythm, each clack a metronome for the foremen who prowled the rows with whips hidden in their belts. When a stitch slipped, the foreman's hand snapped out, a leather cane flashing like a lightsaber in the dim glow of oil lamps. Thomas felt the sting of the first lash, a hot sting that sang through his forearm and announced his place among the machines. The cane was not a gentle teacher. It was a wooden thunderbolt that cracked the air and left a red welt the size of a postage stamp on his skin. Every missed stitch earned another crack, and the sound, sharp, metallic, almost musical, echoed off the brick walls, turning the workshop into a concert hall for pain. Thomas learned to count his stitches like a nervous gambler, eyes darting between the bobbin and the looming shadow of the foreman's belt. The other apprentices whispered jokes about the cane being a new fashion accessory, but the jokes fell flat when the leather bite reminded them of a bad haircut from a medieval barber. By night, the throbbing in his arm throbbed louder than the loom, and he wondered whether discipline could ever be so deliciously brutal. One rainy afternoon, Alina slipped into the mill carrying a satchel of ink-stained papers and a grin that could outshine the soot-blackened windows. She was a journalist with a reformist heart, her eyes scanning the workers like a detective in a Sherlock Holmes story, notebook ready to capture every whiff of injustice. Alina introduced herself to Thomas, offering a fresh cup of tea that smelled of ginger and rebellion, and asked if he'd ever considered writing his own story. Their conversation crackled with irony, as she compared the cane to a self-help book that actually hurts you, while Thomas laughed, half gasping from the memory of his latest lash. In that moment, the mill's grim machinery seemed to pause, as if the very walls were listening to their whispered plot to expose the cruelty. Together they plotted a pamphlet titled Canes and Chains, the mill's unholy duo, a title that would make even a Marvel villain raise an eyebrow. Alina's pen danced across the page, describing the cane's sting with the vividness of a horror movie's jump scare, while Thomas supplied the gritty details of cotton dust that tasted like old pennies. They joked that the foremen must have taken a page from Darth Vader's handbook. "I find your lack of empathy disturbing." Their humor was a thin shield against the iron reality, but it also sharpened the question. Was the cane a tool of order, a relic of medieval discipline, or simply an instrument of abuse masquerading as tradition. As they drafted, the mill's clangor rose like a soundtrack to a gritty sitcom, reminding them that any rebellion would have to survive the soundtrack of whips and looms. When the pamphlet hit the town's tavern bulletin board, it fluttered like a nervous flag in a gust of gossip, drawing curious eyes and angry glances from the foreman. Thomas felt a strange pride as his scarred forearm became a badge of honor, a living footnote to the story he'd helped tell. Eleanor received a letter from a distant Reform Society, promising to send a delegation that might trade the cane for a pair of safety gloves, an offer that sounded as unlikely as a unicorn in a cotton field. Yet the mill's furnace still roared, and the smell of burnt wool lingered, a reminder that change moves slower than a loom's shuttle. As the chapter closed, Thomas whispered to the shadows, "Maybe the real discipline is knowing when to lay down the cane and pick up the pen," a line that would echo through the workshop for years to come. The town hall reeked of coal dust and pipe tobacco the moment the doors thumped shut, and a chorus of coughs rose like a broken brass band. Lantern light flickered over rough pine benches, casting jittery shadows that danced to the rhythm of restless murmurs. Parents clutching soot-blackened children's hands, a stern reverend polishing his brass cross, and a soot-smudged factory foreman perched on a stool. Each arrived with a different brand of anxiety. A nervous clerk rattled the brass gavel, its clang echoing off the plaster like a warning bell. Tonight, the air crackled with the kind of tension you'd expect at a reality TV showdown. Only the prize was a child's future. Mr. Whittaker, the town's self-appointed moral compass, rose with the confidence of a man who'd never missed a Sunday sermon. He brandished a battered leather strap like a relic from a knight's armory, insisting it was the only thing sturdy enough to bend a wayward boy back onto the straight and narrow path. A flick of the wrist, a sting on the skin, and the devil's whisper fades, he declared, his voice booming over the murmurs, as if the very walls might shiver in agreement. The crowd winced at the imagined crack of the strap, yet some nodded, recalling the sweet relief of a well-timed spank that stopped a child from stealing the last loaf of bread. Whittaker's rhetoric drummed a familiar beat. Discipline is love, even if it smells faintly of iron. Eleanor, the schoolmarm with ink-stained sleeves, slipped a pamphlet onto the bench with the stealth of a cat burglar. The paper crackled, its headline screaming, "New laws! Children are not property," and the scent of fresh print mingled with the hall's stale air. She cited the recent Parliament Act that outlawed the worst excesses of flogging, pointing out that even the mayor's own son had been spared a bruised backside for a misspelled word. "We're not raising brutes," she argued, her voice sharp as a tailor's scissors. "We're cultivating minds, not bruises." The pamphlet's pages fluttered like nervous birds, each turn raising the stakes and deepening the fissure between tradition and reform. The Reverend, his collar starched to a blinding white, rose next, his voice a smooth hymn that tried to soothe the simmering pot. He warned that without the firm hand of God's justice, the town would descend into chaos, likening unchecked children to a herd of runaway steam engines careening through the streets. Meanwhile, the factory owner, a hulking man with soot-caked forearms, snorted that any soft-heartedness would cost the mill productivity, his words punctuated by the clank of distant machinery. The debate spiraled, each side tossing barbs like popcorn kernels, some witty, some bitter, until a stray laugh erupted, echoing the absurdity of arguing over whether a child's backside or a child's future should bear the brunt. The room swayed between solemn sermon and gritty trade union rant, a theatrical mash-up that would make even a modern talk show host raise an eyebrow. When the gavel finally fell, the hall was a battlefield of bruised egos and lingering incense, the smell of sweat and old wood hanging heavy. Parents left clutching their children tighter, some whispering prayers, others muttering about the next pamphlet they'd read on the train. The town's division deepened, as stubborn as a mule refusing to move, yet a flicker of curiosity sparked in the eyes of the younger generation. Perhaps they'd trade the strap for a book someday. In the end, the meeting felt less like a resolution and more like the opening act of a long-running drama, where every generation will rewrite the script. As the lanterns guttered out, someone muttered, "Next time, we should just settle this with a game of chess. At least the pieces don't bleed." The sun hung low over the soot-blackened streets of Brindlewick, casting long shadows that danced like nervous specters. In the town square, the black-capped overseer raised his iron cane, its tip glinting like a wicked toothpick. The crowd, a chorus of clanking aprons and murmuring wives, leaned in as the first crack rang out, a sound as sharp as a slap on a bad karaoke singer. Flesh met wood, and the air filled with the coppery scent of blood mixed with the sweet rot of damp hay. Even the pigeons scattered, cooing in disbelief, as the workers' back arched under the relentless rhythm. When the cane finally splintered against the boy's ribs, his knees buckled and he crumpled like a sack of potatoes on the cobblestones. A gasp rose from the onlookers, followed by a chorus of curses that sounded like a row of broken violins. The overseer, red-faced and shaking, tried to brandish his authority, but his voice cracked like a cheap record. Women clutched their children, the smell of fear mingling with the lingering scent of the cane's pine oil, and a murmur spread. Is this justice or just a medieval tick-tock stunt? By the time the village constable dragged the limp figure to the infirmary, the crowd had already lit the rumor fire, and the whole town buzzed with a mixture of outrage and morbid curiosity. The next morning, the town hall transformed into a courtroom that smelled of damp wood and stale ale, where the judge, an elderly man with a powdered wig as white as his conscience, took his seat. On one side, the overseer stood, brandishing the broken cane like a relic from a bygone era, proclaiming that discipline kept the looms humming. On the other, a young lawyer from the city, fresh from reading the latest humanitarian pamphlets, argued that the cane was a weapon of cruelty, not a tool of order. The prosecutor, a burly farmer with a voice that could scare a barn owl, shouted, "If we let this happen, next we'll be feeding the children to the wolves." The courtroom erupted in a cacophony of gasps, snorts, and the occasional sarcastic, "May the force be with you," from a teenager who thought this was a stage play. As testimonies piled up, some describing the sting of the cane, others recalling childhood bruises that had faded like old newspaper headlines, the village's collective conscience began to wobble like a drunk on a rickety wagon. Old Mrs. Whittaker, who still remembered the great flogging of '37, whispered that the cane was as much a part of our heritage as the church bell, while the blacksmith's apprentice, with a tattoo of a phoenix on his forearm, declared that burning the past is the only way to stop it from scorching us. The irony was thick enough to cut with a butter knife. The very instrument meant to keep order now threatened to shatter the order itself. A stray dog wandered in, sniffing the sweat and tears, and barked as if to say, "Yo, this is getting messy. Call the Avengers already." The judge, sweating under his wig, tapped his gavel like a nervous drummer, aware that his decision would echo beyond the stone walls and into the gossip-laden taverns for generations. When the gavel finally fell, it cracked louder than the broken cane, pronouncing a modest fine for the overseer and a mandate that future punishments be administered, without the use of wooden implements that could double as weapons. The overseer huffed, his pride bruised more than his back, and muttered that he'd rather be a sore thumb than a soft-hearted saint. The villagers, half relieved and half skeptical, toasted with mugs of bitter ale that tasted like the bitterness of the day's events. Yet in the quiet corners of the inn, a few whispered that the cane's splinter had already seeded a new rebellion, a movement that would one day trade whips for words. And so the village stood at a crossroads, its conscience cracked open like the cane, wondering whether the next chapter would be a gentle lullaby or a roaring protest. Think Game of Thrones meets the Great British Bake Off, with a dash of moral reckoning. The town hall bell tolled like a reluctant alarm as the verdict was read, its echo rattling the soot-stained windows of the schoolhouse. The magistrate, with a sigh that smelled of stale tobacco, mandated a sharp cut to the dreaded cane and called for alternative disciplinary methods that sounded as foreign as a steam engine to the villagers. Thomas, now a schoolteacher with ink-spattered cuffs, felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that the children would no longer feel the sting, terror that he would have to invent new ways to keep them in line. Eleanor stood beside him, her eyes flashing like a lantern in a fog, ready to champion humane education with the fervor of a protester at a rock concert. The room hummed with the rustle of papers and the faint, metallic tang of anticipation, as if the very air knew the battle had shifted from flesh to ideas. Thomas paced the cramped classroom, the floorboards creaking under his boots like an old pirate ship announcing its arrival. He swapped the cane for a wooden ruler, tapping it against the desk with a rhythm that sounded suspiciously like a drum solo from a marching band. The children winced at the sudden clang, then giggled, their noses crinkling at the smell of chalk dust mixed with the sweet rot of a forgotten apple. He tried a new tactic, a time-out corner painted with bright, almost obnoxious stripes that reminded him of a circus tent, and the kids stared at it as if it might swallow them whole. When little Mary whispered, "Is this punishment or a performance?" Thomas answered with a grin, "Both, my dear. Think of it as a Broadway audition for good behavior." Eleanor took to the town square like a street artist armed with pamphlets instead of spray paint, shouting about kindness, while the wind tossed her skirts like rebellious banners. She handed out leaflets scented with lavender, a subtle jab at the lingering odor of leather whips that still clung to older generations' memories. At the tavern, the burly landlord scoffed, comparing the new rules to the plot twists of a melodramatic soap opera, but Eleanor countered with a wink. Even Game of Thrones learned that you can't rule with a sword forever. She organized a gentle hands workshop, where children practiced knot-tying and storytelling, the room filling with the soft thud of rope and the warm glow of oil lamps. By the end of the week, even the most hardened schoolmaster admitted that the sound of a child's laughter was louder than any crack of a cane. The shift didn't happen overnight. It crept in like morning fog over the cobblestones, stubborn yet undeniable. Parents who once cheered the crack of wood now winced at the sight of a child's tear, their hearts thudding with the irony of defending a tradition they'd once praised. Historians later would call this the soft revolution, a phrase that sounds almost like a sitcom title, yet it captured the gritty reality of teachers swapping blows for books. The scent of fresh ink on lesson plans replaced the coppery tang of blood, and the schoolyard rang with the chatter of debate rather than the whimper of fear. In that uneasy balance, the 19th century struggle forged a new language of discipline, one that measured success in curiosity, not bruises. As the sun set behind the slate rooftops, Thomas and Alina stood on the school steps, watching the last rays paint the sky a bruised orange, like the cover of an old adventure novel. They exchanged a quiet laugh, aware that their fight was still ongoing, but satisfied that the cane had finally been retired to the Museum of Absurdities. The town's children, now accustomed to gentle corrections, chased fireflies, their laughter echoing like a modern-day chorus of hope. Thomas whispered, "We've turned the classroom into a stage, not a battlefield," and Alina replied, "And the audience is finally willing to applaud." The night air carried the faint perfume of jasmine and the promise that the echoes of change would reverberate far beyond their little village. The soot-blackened sky over Manchester draped the city in a perpetual twilight, as if the sun had taken a permanent coffee break. In a cramped terraced house on Gorton Street, the Hartley family huddled around a cracked hearth that sputtered more smoke than warmth. Thomas Hartley, a hulking figure with calloused hands, trudged to the cotton mill before dawn, his breath fogging the cold alley like a dragon's sigh. His wife, Mary, juggled a pot of watery porridge while patching socks that smelled of oil and ambition. The children, big brother Jack, lanky and restless, and little Elsie, barely 11, watched the street lamps flicker like tired stage lights, knowing the day would demand more than play. Inside the mill, the air throbbed with the relentless clatter of looms, a metallic heartbeat that drowned out any whisper of hope. Thomas slipped into the river of men, his shoulders bearing the weight of spindles and the unspoken promise to keep the family fed. The furnace roared, spewing a bitter perfume of burnt cotton and sweat that clung to his shirt like a stubborn sticker. He glanced at a poster advertising a new age of progress, a phrase that sounded as hollow as a politician's promise after a night of binge watching The Crown. Yet he kept his rhythm, his fists pounding the shuttle bars, because in Victorian England a man's worth was measured in how many threads he could knot before his back gave out. When the bell rang for the night shift, Elsie was ushered into the lower floor, where the looms loomed like iron giants ready to devour innocence. Her tiny fingers, more accustomed to braiding hair than twisting yarn, fumbled with the shuttle, sending stray fibers flying like confetti at a cheap wedding. The heat pressed against her skin, the smell of hot cotton searing her nostrils, and the constant whine of the machines sang a lullaby of exhaustion. She tried to grin, recalling a joke about child labor being the original side hustle, a dark punchline that made the foreman snort like a malfunctioning steam engine. By the end of the shift, Elsie's shoes were slick with grime, her cheeks flushed red, and she felt as if she'd just survived a level of Minecraft set on hardcore mode. When twilight finally slipped through the soot-stained windows, the Hartleys gathered around a table as thin as a ruler, sharing a broth that tasted like boiled socks. Thomas recounted the day's battles in hushed tones, his voice a mix of pride and fatigue, while Mary silently counted the pennies that clinked like reluctant applause. Jack, who once dreamed of becoming a poet, now scribbled verses on the back of a coal receipt, his ink smudged with ash. Elsie, eyes still bright despite the loom's grip, whispered that the world felt like a giant tapestry where every thread was pulled by an invisible hand. She called it the loom of necessity, a phrase that sounded both poetic and painfully literal. The irony was as thick as the chimney smoke. The very machines that promised prosperity were stitching the family's sorrow, a plot twist even a Dickens novel would applaud. Yet in the crack of that night, a stubborn spark flickered in Elsie's chest, brighter than any factory lantern. She imagined herself as a superhero, the thread wielder, who could unspool the tyranny with a single flick of her wrist, a fantasy as bold as any Marvel cameo. The next dawn found her clutching a stolen scrap of cloth, planning to trade it for a book about far-off lands, because knowledge, she believed, was the only real escape from the mill's iron grip. Thomas, noticing the glint in her eye, offered a silent nod, realizing that the loom might bind them now, but it could also teach them how to weave a future. And so the Hartley household, stitched together by sweat and sorrow, kept pulling forward, hopeful that one day the threads of necessity would become the ribbons of choice. The morning bell at Whitby Mill rattles like a drunk carriage wheel, and Elsie slips into the furnace-hot floorboards of the weaving room. The looms clack in a relentless rhythm, each thump echoing against the soot-stained walls and into her skull. Her hands, already bruised from yesterday's bobbin change, ache as they wrestle the warp and weft, the cotton fibers smelling like stale milk and iron. A stray tumbleweed of lint drifts into her nose, making her sneeze in time with the machines, and she pockets the meager shilling she earns before the foreman snatches it back. Yet she can't help but grin when a stray thread loops around her hair, turning her into a living tapestry for a split second. Samuel shuffles home after a night shift at the gasworks, his soot-blackened coat clinging to his skin like a second, grimy skin. The street lamps flicker, casting long shadows that dance around his tired feet as he limps up the cobblestones, the smell of burnt coal still clinging to his breath. He drops his battered boots by the door, and the wooden floorboards creak under his weight, a mournful chorus that matches the throb in his temples. Though he's supposed to be the family's rock, his mind drifts to the cramped schoolroom where a chalky teacher once promised a life beyond the mills. The irony is as sharp as the iron bar he once lifted. The very education he craves could be the rope that pulls him out of this furnace. At dinner, the family gathers around a dented pewter pot, the broth tasting like boiled regret and a hint of onion that never quite makes it to the surface. Elsie's fork clinks against the metal, a tiny percussion against the louder sighs of Samuel, who mutters about books while his stomach growls louder than the factory whistle. Their mother, eyes rimmed with fatigue, watches the silent battle, her hands trembling as she stirs, the steam rising like ghostly whispers of better days. The rift widens with each bite. Samuel wants to scrape together enough pennies for a night class, while Elsie clings to the loom, fearing that abandoning it would starve them both. The house feels like a tightrope, each step a precarious balance between hope and hunger. Irony drips from the ceiling like the leaking roof above their heads. Just when Samuel thinks he can finally binge-watch a Victorian version of The Office in his head, the landlord raises the rent, and the only office left is the one where the foreman shouts orders. Elsie jokes that the looms are the original tick-tock, spinning endless loops that no one watches but everyone feels the vibration of. The clang of the machines becomes a soundtrack, a gritty remix of Beethoven's Fifth, if Beethoven had to work overtime. Even the cat, a scruffy alley feline named Whiskers, saunters through the workshop, tail flicking like a metronome, oblivious to the human drama. In that absurd theater, humor becomes a survival tool, a way to stitch together frayed nerves. When the moon finally slides over the soot-blackened skyline, the family huddles under a threadbare blanket, the air thick with the scent of damp wool and lingering ambition. Samuel whispers a promise to study by candlelight, his voice trembling like a violin string about to snap, while Elsie folds the day's earnings into a crumpled paper crane, a tiny emblem of resilience. The night feels both oppressive and hopeful, as if the city itself is holding its breath, waiting to see whether the next generation will break free or stay tangled in the same threads. Their story, stitched into the very fabric of Victorian London, reminds us that toil can bind families together even as it tries to pull them apart. And somewhere, beyond the clatter, a new song begins, a lullaby of possibility humming through the soot-covered streets. The clatter of looms fell silent the moment the shuttle snapped, and a scream ripped through the cotton mill like a broken gramophone needle. Elsie's friend, Tom, was caught in the gears, his arm crushed under the iron teeth that chewed like a hungry beast. A cloud of soot and oil stung the eyes of the onlookers, while the overseer barked orders that sounded more like a bad sitcom laugh track. Blood seeped into the wooden floorboards, staining the grime with a crimson that no amount of bleach could erase. Even the rats paused, their whiskers twitching in morbid curiosity, as the Hartley children were dragged from the chaos back to their cramped flat. The Hartley kitchen filled with the metallic tang of fear, and Mrs. Hartley clutched her apron like a shield against the world. She glared at the empty cot where Tom should have slept, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and a mother's fierce protectiveness. John, the eldest boy, argued that they must keep the younger siblings in the mills, for a hungry belly is a louder critic than a broken arm. Meanwhile, little Elsie whispered that the machines were monsters, and that perhaps a night in the street would be kinder than a day in the loom. The debate crackled like the furnace behind the back door, each word a spark threatening to set the whole house ablaze. Just as the family settled into that uneasy stalemate, a ragged notice slipped under the door, announcing a rent hike that would swallow their meager wages whole. The landlord's ink smelled of cheap tobacco and arrogance, and the numbers on the page seemed to grow like a Victorian version of a viral meme. Mrs. Hartley's hands trembled as she counted the pennies, each clink echoing like a death knell for their already frayed hopes. John imagined selling his prized pocket watch on the black market, while Elsie dreamed of a daring heist involving the landlord's prized potted fern. The house itself seemed to sigh, its cracked windows shivering as if the walls knew the family was about to be pulled apart. The tension curled tighter than a steam engine's piston, and even the cat, Mr. Whiskers, stared at the ceiling as if waiting for a sign from the heavens, or at least a mouse. Mrs. Hartley tried to inject humor, joking that they could start a reality TV show called Britain's Got Talent, Child Labor Edition. But the laugh fell flat like stale bread. John, with a sigh that sounded like a train whistle, suggested they pawn the heirloom silver spoon, only to be met with Elsie's sarcastic retort that they'd rather eat soup with a spoon made of rust. The irony was thick. The very mills that fed the empire were now gnawing at the family's survival, a Dickensian plot twist that would make even a modern superhero cringe. Yet beneath the sarcasm, a stubborn ember of resolve glowed, refusing to be snuffed out by landlord or loom. In the end, the Hartleys chose a desperate gamble, agreeing to send Elsie to work the night shift while John took odd jobs scavenging coal from the riverbank. The decision felt like stepping onto a rickety bridge over a foggy abyss, each footfall echoing with the weight of their frayed bonds. As the night air wrapped around the soot-smudged streets, a distant church bell tolled, reminding them that even in darkness, there is a rhythm to survive. Mrs. Hartley stood at the doorway, her eyes wet but fierce, whispering a promise that no rent increase or broken arm could ever break the thread that tied them together. And somewhere, the mill's whistle sang its mournful song, a reminder that the battle between survival and exploitation would continue, long after the Hartleys had found their footing. The bell above the cobblestones clanged like a drunk drummer, announcing the citywide strike over the mill's poisonous fumes. Thomas, a lanky lad with soot-stained hands, shoved his hat onto his head and marched into the throng, his heart thumping louder than a steam engine. He left the cramped attic where his siblings huddled, the air thick with the sweet rot of stale porridge and the sour bite of fear. Mothers shouted warnings, but the protest's roar swallowed every word, as if the streets themselves were auditioning for a Dickensian rock concert. The children, left unsupervised, stared at the cracked windows, wondering if the world outside would ever care. Soon the sky turned a bruised orange, and the mill's towering brick silhouette erupted in a plume of black smoke that smelled like burnt leather and regret. Inside, Elsie, barely 10 and as wiry as a cat, was threading a broken spindle when the fire licked the wooden beams, snapping like a popcorn kernel. The heat slammed against her face, turning her hair into a frizzed halo, while the shrieks of workers blended with the crackle of flames like a chaotic soundtrack. A bucket of water splashed uselessly, sending a spray of scalding steam that hissed against the soot-covered floor. In that inferno, Elsie's tiny hands clutched a ragged doll, its button eyes reflecting the dancing fire. Miraculously, a loose plank gave way, catapulting Elsie through a gap in the wall and onto the soot-slick alley behind the mill. She tumbled onto the cobbles, the cold bite of the night air slapping her cheeks, while the fire's roar faded into a distant, angry growl. Gasping, she scrambled to her feet, her dress singed and smelling of charred cotton, and sprinted toward the street where Thomas's protest banner flapped like a wounded flag. Passers-by, half asleep and half drunk, stared at the soot-covered girl as if she were a living meme of Victorian horror. By the time the fire brigade arrived, the mill was a skeleton of brick and ash, and Elsie's narrow escape had become the town's whispered legend. The sight of Elsie, smudged with ash and trembling, jolted the crowd like a sudden plot twist in a soap opera, and the protesters stopped chanting to stare. Thomas, cheeks flushed with shame and soot, dropped his megaphone, his voice cracking as he confessed his negligence in a tone that would make a Shakespearean villain blush. Mothers clutched their children tighter, the scent of boiled cabbage and fear mingling in the air, while the mill owner, a portly man with a top hat as inflated as his ego, tried to smooth things over with empty promises. The townsfolk, fed up with the endless grind of child labor, began to chant a new refrain. No more little hands in the furnace. It was as if the whole city had finally switched channels from the drudgery of work to the drama of justice. In the weeks that followed, the mill's shutters stayed shut, the clatter of looms replaced by the chatter of children finally free to play in the soot-covered lanes. Thomas took up a modest apprenticeship that didn't require him to risk his life, and Elsie, now a local hero, earned the nickname Firefly for her uncanny ability to escape the flames. The community erected a modest plaque outside the ruined mill, inscribed with a line that would make even a modern superhero cringe. "Here stood the shadows that stole our children." Even the town's gossip mill, yes, that one couldn't spin a tale as hot as the one they'd just lived through. And so, the strike of shadows faded, leaving behind a brighter, if still smoky, horizon for Victorian families. When the factory whistles finally fell silent, the streets of London erupted like a 19th-century Twitter storm, voices cracking over the clatter of cobblestones. Men in soot-streaked coats brandished petitions, their ink-soaked fingers smelling of iron and hope. The Parliament, under the glare of gas lamps, stitched stricter labor laws with the same fervor a tailor uses a needle on a worn coat. Children who once ran like mice through the dark shafts were now whispered about over tea, their tiny hands no longer slick with coal dust. The public outcry rang louder than any factory bell, promising a new dawn for families shackled to the mills. Thomas Hartley felt the weight of the new law like a fresh set of breeches, tight but oddly reassuring. He moved from the clang of iron presses to a steadier wage as a clerk in a bustling warehouse, where the air smelled of leather and polished wood rather than the acrid bite of soot. The clack of ledger pages replaced the rhythmic thud of looms, and his back no longer ached like a broken violin string. He laughed, half-heartedly, that at last his paycheck wouldn't need a magnifying glass to be seen, a small victory worthy of a celebratory puff of pipe smoke. The irony was delicious. After years of laboring in darkness, he now counted coins by candlelight, dreaming of daylight beyond the windows. Samuel, the youngest Hartley, cracked open a scholarship letter that smelled faintly of ink and optimism, as if the paper itself whispered, "You're off to school, lad." The schoolroom greeted him with chalk dust that tickled his nose and a bell that rang clearer than any factory siren. He took his seat on a wooden bench that creaked under his weight, feeling as if he'd stepped onto a stage for a play where the script was written by destiny, not by a foreman. The teachers, with spectacles perched like tiny crowns, treated his eager hand like a prized artifact, not a tool to be broken. In his mind, the classroom was a Hogwarts without magic, but the enchantment of learning was just as powerful. Elsie Hartley, scarred from the factory's blistering heat, entered the school gates with a wary smile that hid a storm of pain beneath her pink cheeks. The scar on her forearm glimmered in the morning sun, a badge of survival that reminded her classmates of a superhero's battle wound rather than a factory mishap. She traced the rough wood of her desk, feeling the grain like a map of stories untold, while the teacher's voice floated like a comforting lullaby over the room. Though the scent of tar and oil still clung to her clothes, the aroma of fresh books and ink began to replace it, fresh as rain on soot-blackened streets. With each lesson, she stitched together a new identity, weaving hope into the very fabric of her being. Together, the Hartley family stood on the brink of a sunrise that painted London's foggy rooftops gold, a literal new dawn for households once tethered to the grindstone. Neighbors whispered of change over pints, chuckling that the city's transformation felt like a Netflix reboot of Dickens, dramatic, gritty, yet oddly binge-worthy. The clatter of looms faded into the soft rustle of pages turning, and the city's pulse slowed enough to hear a child's laughter echo down the alleys. As hope settled like a warm blanket over their modest home, the Hartleys imagined futures where evenings were filled with stories rather than sighs. And so, with each step forward, Victorian families began to tiptoe away from the iron grip of child labor, dancing toward brighter horizons. The foggy, soot-blackened streets of London swallow the morning like a damp blanket, and young Alina Whitfield steps out of a hansom cab with a nervous shuffle in her lace shoes. She peers up at the Whitfield townhouse, its brick facade as stern as a schoolmaster's stare, and feels a shiver that isn't just from the chill. Inside, the hallway smells of boiled cabbage and polished mahogany, a perfume that says respectability louder than any perfume could. Alina's heart thumps like a drum in a marching band, though she'd much rather be in a modern pop concert, not a Victorian parlor. The door swings open, and Mrs. Whitfield stands there, arms crossed, looking like a human version of a moral instruction manual. Mrs. Whitfield doesn't waste a breath on niceties. She launches into a sermon about propriety that could rival a Sunday sermon at Westminster Abbey. She hands Alina a brass comb, a thin wooden ruler, and a battered copy of The Child's Guide to Virtue. Each item a symbol of discipline, devotion, and dread. The clatter of the ruler against the wooden floor echoes like a metronome, ticking away Alina's seconds of freedom. "A proper child," Mrs. Whitfield declares, "knows the difference between a prayer and a prank." The irony is thick enough to cut with a knife. Alina dreams of sneaking a comic book, not a hymn sheet. In the Whitfield household, expectations stack higher than a tower of teacups, each one demanding obedience, modesty, and a spotless reputation. Alina learns that a misplaced sigh is a scandal, and a giggle is a sin, which makes her feel like a character trapped in a Dickens novel directed by a reality TV judge. The house whispers, "Don't speak unless spoken to," as if the walls have ears tuned to the frequency of scandal. Yet, every time she catches a whiff of coal smoke drifting up from the street, she imagines it as a rebellious soundtrack, a punk rock riff against the silence. She wonders if her future will involve reciting verses or reciting tick-tock dances, though the latter would surely earn a stern look from Mrs. Whitfield. The kitchen hums with the clatter of copper pots, the sharp scent of burnt toast mingling with the sweet perfume of lavender sachets, an olfactory tug-of-war between comfort and control. Alina's fingers brush the cool porcelain of a prayer bowl, feeling the chill of devotion seep into her skin. Outside, the clatter of horse hooves and the occasional cough of a chimney sweep punctuate the quiet like an unwanted drum solo. Inside, the ticking clock on the mantelpiece counts down to Alina's next lesson in humility. Each tick a reminder that time, like morality, waits for no child. She swallows a lump of fear and curiosity, tasting iron and sugar at once, as Mrs. Whitfield's voice rises like a church organ over the household's low murmur. By night, the Whitfield house settles into a hush that feels as ordered as a well-filed ledger, the shadows aligning like obedient children in a school portrait. Alina lies on her narrow bed, the thin blanket whispering against her skin, and wonders if the strict moral code will ever loosen its grip. She imagines the house itself as a character, stern, disciplined, and oddly affectionate, like a grumpy but caring aunt who insists on proper table manners. The moral code, though iron-clad, shapes her like a potter molds clay, giving her a sense of belonging even as it squeezes out spontaneity. In this house of order, Elinor learns that the line between virtue and vanity is as thin as a lace collar, and she decides, with a mischievous glint, to keep walking that line, perhaps one day swapping the ruler for a microphone. Elinor wakes before the cocks crow, the thin light slipping through the lace curtains like a shy guest. She shuffles to the cold, iron-framed desk where Mrs. Whitmore's chalk dust smells of chalky regret and boiled cabbage. The morning lesson drags on, numbers marching in perfect rows while the ticking clock beats a metronome of obedience. After school, she sits at the sewing hoop. The needles bite a sharp reminder that every stitch must be straight, just like her future. The house hums with the low murmur of a Sunday sermon echoing from the parlor, its incense a mix of lavender and stale pew-pews. The front door swings open, and in strides Miss Abernathy, a governess whose hair is as tight as the corset she wears. She carries a leather-bound rule book that looks like it could double as a weapon in a pirate movie, and she eyes Elinor with the intensity of a cat watching a mouse. "From now on," she declares, "your needlework must be flawless, your prayers unblemished, and your curiosity confined to the margins of your Bible." The scent of polished mahogany and peppermint oil follows her, a fragrant reminder that discipline is always in the air. Elinor feels the floorboards creak under the weight of expectations heavier than a Victorian ballroom chandelier. A single slip of thread on a hem earns a sharp rap on the wooden desk, the sound echoing like a tiny gunshot in the quiet hallway. Miss Abernathy's eyes flash, and she delivers a lecture on sin that feels as long as a Dickens novel, complete with a dramatic gasp and a flick of her fan. Elinor's heart thumps, her cheeks flush the color of overcooked beetroot, and she wonders if the world will ever forgive a girl who dares to dream of a dragon instead of a dame. The punishment is swift, a cold spoon of porridge, the kind that sticks to the roof of your mouth like a bad memory. Even the kitchen cat seems to sigh, as if it too knows the price of a minor transgression. In the evenings, Elinor steals moments in the attic, where dust dances like glitter and the moonlight paints the wooden beams silver. She flips through a hidden book of fairy tales, the pages whispering of brave heroines who break rules, a stark contrast to her day-long recital of obey, obey, obey. Her curiosity flickers like a modern tick-tock challenge, only the stakes involve a wooden spoon and a stern glance rather than a viral dance. She feels torn, as if a tug-of-war rope were tied between a candle of duty and a firecracker of wonder, each pull sending sparks across her conscience. The irony is palpable. The very moral code, meant to protect her, also shackles the very spirit that could one day change the world. When the bell finally tolls at dusk, Elinor stands in the hallway, the scent of soot and candle wax clinging to her like a badge of honor. She bows to Miss Abernathy, her voice a practiced hymn, while a tiny rebellion hums beneath the surface, as stubborn as a moth trapped in a jar of jam. The house settles into night, the creaks and sighs turning into a lullaby of obedience, yet somewhere in the darkness a spark of curiosity refuses to be snuffed out. Elinor knows that the strict moral code has carved her into a proper Victorian child, but she also knows that even the most polished silver can dent. And perhaps, just perhaps, Those dents will one day catch the light and shine brighter than any polished virtue. Eleanor, a sprightly girl of 14, darted through the soot-streaked alleys of Westminster with the same reckless curiosity a cat shows when it discovers a new fish market. Her bonnet bobbed like a buoy in the fog, and the clatter of horse hooves sounded like a marching band from a Victorian circus. One evening, she slipped past a brass gilded iron gate into a narrow courtyard where lanterns flickered like reluctant fireflies. Inside, a circle of hushed reformers huddled over battered pamphlets, their voices a low hum that reminded her of a clandestine tick-tock dance, except the music was muffled by heavy curtains. The air smelled of stale tobacco, spilled ink, and a faint hint of lavender, as if even rebellion needed a touch of perfume to soften its bite. The gathering took place beneath a sagging awning that dripped rain onto cracked cobblestones, each drop echoing like a tiny percussion solo. A wiry man in a waistcoat, whose beard looked like a tumbleweed that had lost its way, gestured wildly, pointing to a scrawled diagram of a child's brain. Yes, a Victorian brain diagram, as intimidating as a medieval dragon illustration. Eleanor felt the heat of the cramped space, mingled with the sour scent of spilled ale and the sweet perfume of a woman's rosewater handkerchief, a paradox she could not ignore. Laughter, brittle as cracked porcelain, bubbled when someone quipped that they were staging a Game of Thrones of parenting, replacing iron thrones with iron-clad discipline. The group whispered about emotional nurturing, a term that seemed as foreign then as a modern-day meme, yet it crackled with revolutionary potential. One reformer, a sharp-eyed schoolmistress named Miss Penelope, unfurled a tattered book titled The Gentle Child, its pages yellowed like old cheese but bursting with radical ideas. She spoke of hugs as vital as bread, of listening to a child's fears instead of silencing them with a stern, "Because I said so." Eleanor listened, feeling the words slap her cheek like a gentle, yet firm, spanking, ironic, because they advocated against the very practice they mimicked. The crowd murmured about the hidden cost of repression, comparing it to a locked attic where dust collected faster than gossip. As the night deepened, the scent of damp stone blended with the lingering perfume, forging a sensory tapestry that wrapped Eleanor's heart in both dread and hope. Eleanor left the meeting with a mind buzzing louder than a steam engine, her thoughts a chaotic chorus of rebellion and conformity. She imagined her stern father, Lord Whitmore, shouting like a Victorian drill sergeant, then pictured him cradling her with the tenderness of a modern-day dad on a reality TV show. Absurd, yet oddly comforting. A stray cat brushed against her skirts, its fur slick with rain, as if the street itself approved of her newfound defiance. In a moment of dark humor, she whispered to the night that if parents could survive the Great Exhibition, surely they could survive a little emotional honesty, maybe even with a side of scones. The city's clamor wrapped around her, a symphony of carriage wheels, distant church bells, and the faint rustle of pamphlets turning like secret pages of a forbidden diary. Back at home, Eleanor stared at the towering portrait of Queen Victoria, whose gaze seemed to say, "Mind your manners, girl." Yet the whispering wind through the cracked window carried the mantra of the reformers, "Love louder than rule." She pressed a crumpled flyer into her pocket, feeling the rough texture like a promise sewn into her skin. The night's revelations ignited a spark in her chest, a spark that would soon become a small, steady flame of rebellion, just as the chapter title hinted. With each breath, she inhaled the lingering scent of lavender and rain, a reminder that even the most rigid houses can be cracked open by a gentle gust. And somewhere, perhaps in a dimly lit basement, the murmurs of dissent grew louder, ready to echo through the corridors of Victorian parenting like a chorus in an old opera, demanding a standing ovation for the quiet, courageous hearts. The gaslight flickered over the soot-stained floorboards of the Whitmore household, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper the very rules that bound every child. Eleanor, with a cheeky grin, slipped a tattered copy of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, the sort of contraband that made a governess clutch her pearls, to her brother Tom in the pantry, where the smell of boiled cabbage lingered like a culinary warning. She read the raucous river scenes aloud, letting the words splash against the iron clang of the kitchen pot, while the portrait of Queen Victoria stared down, eyes as cold as the brass kettle. Just as she whispered, "You're the best," the door cracked open, and Mrs. Whitmore's voice sliced through the room like a freshly sharpened scissor. Caught red-handed, Eleanor felt the heat of shame rise faster than the oven, and the moral code of the era snapped shut around her like a corset. Mrs. Whitmore, a woman whose moral compass was calibrated by sermons and the latest penny dreadful about proper conduct, declared an immediate public reprimand, insisting that Eleanor stand before the family at tea. The drawing room, draped in heavy damask and scented with lavender polish, felt more like a courtroom where the jury consisted of stern aunts and a portrait of a stern-looking clergyman. Eleanor was ushered to the center, the polished walnut chair squeaking under her trembling thighs as the ticking clock mocked the silence. Her mother's voice rose, lecturing about virtue with the fervor of a modern-day TikTok influencer preaching a diet fad, each syllable dripping with righteous disdain. The audience clapped politely, their hands sounding like the rustle of pages from a morality handbook, while Eleanor's heart hammered like a drum in a marching band. In that charged moment, Eleanor's mind flickered between two worlds, the safe harbor of obedience and the wild sea of personal truth that beckoned beyond the soot-gray horizon. She imagined herself as Katniss Everdeen, bow in hand, aiming at the oppressive regime of propriety, though the only arrows she possessed were words and a trembling voice. The smell of burning tallow from the fireplace mixed with the faint perfume of her mother's lavender soap, creating a nauseating cocktail of comfort and confinement. A sudden cough from the old butler, Sir Reginald, who looked like a walking encyclopedia of Victorian etiquette, reminded her that even the house itself breathed the same stale air of repression. With a breath that tasted of copper and courage, Eleanor decided to speak, letting the forbidden story spill out like a spilled tea set across the Persian rug. The confrontation erupted like a sudden thunderclap, shattering the genteel veneer of the drawing room. Mrs. Whitmore's face turned the color of beetroot jam, her hand clutching the lace handkerchief as if it were a life raft. Eleanor's voice, once a whisper, now rang clear and bright, recounting Tom's daring escape from a river of rules, and the room seemed to inhale the scent of rebellion, sharp, metallic, and oddly refreshing. A gasp rose from Aunt Penelope, whose spectacles fogged as if she just stepped into a steam bath, while the portrait of Queen Victoria appeared to frown even harder, its eyes now glowing like angry emojis. The argument ricocheted between accusations of moral decay and pleas for imagination, each retort landing with the satisfying thud of a dropped quill. When the last echo faded, A strange quiet settled, as if the house itself were catching its breath after a marathon of drama. Mrs. Whitmore, still clutching her handkerchief, finally lowered it, muttering something about the devils in the details and the importance of keeping the children on the straight and narrow. Eleanor, cheeks flushed like a freshly baked plum pudding, slipped the contraband book back into her satchel, feeling the weight of both paper and possibility. The servants whispered in the hallway, their laughter mixing with the clatter of china, and even the old cat, Sir Whiskers, flicked his tail in a gesture that could only be described as "I told you so." In that moment, the crisis of conscience resolved not with a tidy moral lesson, but with a sly grin and the quiet promise that stories, like secret snacks, will always find a way to slip past the strictest of codes. The Whitfield household still reeked of soot and spilled tea when the night's calamity finally settled into uneasy silence. Mr. Whitfield's stern eyebrows, usually as sharp as a tailor's needle, drooped like wilted lace, and even the portrait of Queen Victoria seemed to sigh from the mantel. Mrs. Whitfield, who had once wielded moral discipline like a brass candlestick, now found herself clutching a trembling teacup, its porcelain cracked like a conscience under pressure. The children's hushed sobs echoed through the hallway, a chorus of tiny rebellions against a code that had grown as brittle as old wallpaper. In that moment, the family's ironclad creed felt as out of date as a horse-drawn carriage on a motorway. The next morning, Mrs. Whitfield gathered the family around the oak table, her voice softer than the rustle of silk curtains in a summer breeze. She confessed, with a wry smile, that even the most rigid moral compass can lose its bearings when the stars of compassion shine too brightly. "We shall grant Eleanor modest freedoms," she declared, as if handing out slices of forbidden chocolate, sweet, scandalous, and oddly liberating. The children exchanged glances that flickered like the neon signs of a modern arcade, wondering if their world might finally include a pause button. Even Mr. Whitfield, whose patience had been as thin as a miser's wallet, nodded, feeling a strange relief akin to finally deleting a spam email. Eleanor stepped out into the garden, where the air tasted of damp earth and the faint perfume of night-blooming jasmine, a scent that whispered promises of adventure. She brushed her fingers over the rough bark of an old oak, feeling the grooves like the lines on a weather-worn map of her own imagination. A robin chirped a jaunty tune, sounding suspiciously like a 1970s pop hit if you squinted. Tweet, tweet, we're all alive. And Eleanor giggled, her laughter bubbling up like a mischievous brook. The garden's mud squelched under her boots, a gritty reminder that growth often begins in the muck, not the polished parlors of propriety. She inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic tang of rain on stone, and felt the first flicker of a moral compass that could point toward kindness without losing its direction. As Eleanor wandered, the garden seemed to rearrange itself, the hedges forming gentle arches like the arms of a forgiving aunt. The moon cast silver ribbons across the pond, turning the water's surface into a glittering runway for fireflies, each flicker a tiny spotlight on the new moral drama unfolding. Mrs. Whitfield watched from the doorway, her heart thudding like a drum in a marching band, realizing that compassion could coexist with discipline without causing a scandalous collision. The irony was delicious. The very rules meant to protect Eleanor now felt as restrictive as a corset in a yoga class. In that softened twilight, the Whitfields sensed a shift, a subtle recalibration of their once unbending compass toward a horizon where empathy and instruction walked hand in hand. Finally, Elinor paused at the garden's edge, where a modest stone bench waited like a throne for a queen of her own making. She sank onto it, feeling the cool stone against her skin, and let the night's chorus of crickets, distant carriage wheels, and distant laughter wash over her. The garden, once a forbidden realm, now felt like a secret level unlocked in a video game, unexpected, rewarding, and full of hidden treasures. She looked back at the house, its windows glowing like stage lights, and whispered a promise to herself to keep this newfound freedom alive, even when the world demanded a stricter script. With a gentle sigh, Elinor stepped forward, her footprints imprinting a softer, more compassionate Victorian childhood onto the dewy grass. The carriage clattered to a halt before the grim stone facade of St. Bartholomew's, and the iron gate loomed like a medieval drawbridge refusing entry to any joy. Thomas pressed his small hand against the cold metal, feeling the chill seep into his bones, while Elsie's eyes darted to the soot-blackened windows that seemed to stare back. A gust of damp, coal-smoke air brushed past them, carrying the sour scent of wet wool and the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, an ominous welcome. The headmaster's portrait, a stern, bearded man in a frock coat, glared down from the entrance hall, as if daring the children to step inside. Their hearts thumped in rhythm with the ticking of a massive brass clock that hung like a sentinel above the doorway. Inside, the headmaster, Mr. Whitlock, unrolled a parchment the size of a battlefield map and read aloud his iron-clad rules with the precision of a drill sergeant. "Punctuality is the soul of discipline," he declared, his voice echoing off the stone, while the pupils stared, eyes wide as saucers, at the gleaming brass bell that would soon become their worst nightmare. He demanded rows as straight as a ruler, silence as deep as a tomb, and warned that the cane, an oak rod polished to a menacing shine, would not hesitate to visit any errant soul. The room smelled of chalk dust, damp wood, and a faint hint of boiled cabbage, a culinary reminder that even the kitchen was under strict control. A faint chuckle escaped Thomas as he imagined the cane as a lightsaber, only far less forgiving and far more likely to leave a scar. Thomas tried to swallow his nervousness, feeling the rough wool of his uniform scratch against his skin like a reminder of his new status as a schoolboy soldier. Elsie, ever the quiet rebel, whispered a sarcastic rhyme about the bell tolling for their freedom, her voice barely a ripple against the enforced hush. The floorboards creaked under the weight of dozens of shoes, each step a drumbeat that threatened to summon the dreaded cane. The smell of boiled cabbage grew stronger, mixing with the metallic tang of sweat and the faint, sweet rot of old books that lined the library walls. As the headmaster's eyes swept the room, Thomas felt a shiver crawl up his spine, half fear, half excitement, like the first drop of rain before a storm. The first lesson began, and a tardy boy, his name lost to history, stumbled into the room, his shoes squeaking like a cartoon mouse. Mr. Whitlock's gaze snapped to him, and with a flick of his wrist, the cane rose, glinting like a sword from a medieval video game. The boy winced, and the crack of the cane on his palm sounded like a gunshot in the silent hall, echoing off the stone and sending a ripple of gasps through the class. Thomas felt a mix of horror and dark amusement, picturing the cane as a celebrity chef's spatula, ready to flip anyone who dared overcooked their punctuality. The irony was thick. A school meant to nurture minds instead wielded a weapon that could write a story in bruises, a plot twist worthy of any Netflix drama. By the time the bell rang for recess, the children were a chorus of whispered curses and clenched fists, the iron gate outside now seeming less like a barrier and more like a promise of escape. Thomas glanced at Elsie, whose eyes glittered with a rebellious spark, as if she were already plotting a rebellion worthy of a teen superhero flick. The smell of boiled cabbage lingered, now mingled with the sweet scent of fresh rain that began to patter against the stone walls, a brief respite from the oppressive atmosphere. Yet beneath the fear lay a stubborn seed of defiance, the kind that would grow into stories of resistance whispered in dormitory corners. As they filed out, the headmaster's iron rules clanged behind them like a metronome, marking the first beat of a struggle that would echo through the corridors of St. Bartholomew's for years to come. Thomas stepped onto the cracked flagstones of St. Bartholomew's School, and the morning bell clanged like a ship's cannon. Its metallic wail sliced through the foggy courtyard, announcing the start of another regimented day. As the sound faded, a gaunt headmaster in a frock coat marched forward, his eyes glittering with the promise of discipline. He raised a brass rod, and the children froze, knowing that any misstep would summon the dreaded prick. The air smelled of damp chalk and boiled cabbage, a perfume that told Thomas exactly where he stood in the hierarchy of misery. The uniform inspection began with a chorus of rustling wool, as boys shuffled to line up like soldiers on a parade ground. Inspectors scrutinized every button, every crease, and every scab on a knee, muttering about proper posture, as if it were a secret to world domination. When Thomas's collar sagged, the headmaster slapped it upright with a gloved hand that felt like a cold slab of marble. The smell of boiled potatoes from the kitchen seeped through the open windows, mixing with the sour sweat of 10-year-olds. A stray hair on Elsie's cap earned a sharp tug, and she winced, realizing that even a stray strand could be a crime in this ironclad dress code. The prick was a slender, iron-tipped cane that the teachers wielded like a lightsaber for discipline. At the first sign of a whisper or a dropped pencil, the cane descended with a thud that echoed off the stone walls, leaving a stinging reminder on the backside. Thomas felt the sting like a firecracker exploding under his trousers, and the pain sang a bitter lullaby of obedience. The other boys winced in sympathy, their faces turning a shade of pink that rivaled the school's faded crimson banners. Even the ghosts of former pupils seemed to shiver at the memory, as if the very air were charged with the static of countless spankings. While the rest of the school marched in lockstep, Elsie slipped away to a cracked alcove behind the disused boiler room, where the stone walls were slick with moss. There, a ragtag troop of children huddled, trading crumbs of stale bread for secrets about a world beyond the headmaster's rule. Their whispers rose like a clandestine soundtrack, plotting tiny rebellions, swapping ink pots, hiding chalk, and daring to draw a doodle of a dragon on the blackboard. Elsie's eyes glittered with mischief as she passed a folded paper, an invitation to Operation Crayon Revolt, a name that sounded like a superhero mission. The scent of mildew and hot metal mingled with the sweet anticipation of defiance, making the corner feel like a secret base in a Victorian, Stranger Things episode. By the day's end, the bell tolled again, this time announcing the release of the children back to the grimy streets, their uniforms still crisp, their backs still sore. Thomas trudged home, the pricks lingering a reminder that the school's rigid regime had squeezed the joy out of his childhood like a lemon. Yet, as he passed the alley where Elsie's rebels met, he caught a glimpse of a hastily drawn dragon, its tail curling around the headmaster's portrait. He laughed, a short, bitter chuckle that sounded like a kettle about to boil over, realizing that even the harshest rules could be undercut by a child's imagination. And so the rigid regime took hold, but beneath its iron boots, a chorus of giggles and whispered plots began to stir, promising that someday the bells might ring for freedom instead of punishment. The bell clanged like a condemned ship's hull, and the slate-gray corridors of St. Bartholomew's Academy reeked of boiled leather and iron-tipped pencils. Headmaster Grimshaw's rule-book, thick as a coffin lid, dictated that curiosity be locked away with the school's brass keys. Children shuffled in woolen coats, their breath fogging the windows, while the watchful eyes of the prefect scanned for any sign of a stray question. Into this regimented gloom stepped Miss Harding, her skirts swishing like a rebellious tide, her eyes bright enough to outshine the gas lamps. She carried a satchel of fresh ink and a smile that hinted at mischief, a stark contrast to the sour milk of discipline that permeated the school. On the first day, Miss Harding slipped a crumpled poem into Thomas's desk, the paper smelling of tobacco and rain-soaked streets. She whispered, "Read beyond the rote, lad. There's a world that doesn't fit in a ledger." And the words fluttered like moths against the iron shutters of conformity. The other pupils, ears pricked like foxes, caught the scent of rebellion and felt the thrill of a secret that could get them a paddle. With a wink that could have been a covert nod to a modern meme, "Keep calm and question authority," she turned the classroom into a covert theater of wonder. The teacher's stern gazes softened for a heartbeat before snapping back, as if a cat had brushed against a vase of lilies. Thomas and Elsie, the lanky bookworm and the quick-tongued firecracker, met behind the disused boiler room where the air tasted of rust and stale coal. They huddled on a cracked wooden bench, the floorboards creaking like an old pirate ship, and spread out contraband texts, a battered copy of Robinson Crusoe, and a smuggled anthology of poems that smelled of ink and rebellion. Each page turned was a silent dare, each whispered line a gamble against the looming threat of the cane, an instrument as feared as a dragon's breath. Their hearts thudded louder than the school's morning drill, and the faint echo of distant footsteps made them glance over their shoulders like characters in a horror flick. Yet the thrill of forbidden knowledge pulsed through them, sweeter than any pudding served in the mess hall. The covert study group devoured stories of distant seas and daring heroes, their imaginations soaring above the soot-blackened rooftops of the academy. Elsie laughed, comparing the tyrannical headmaster to Darth Vader, complete with a metaphorical lightsaber made of discipline and dread. Thomas, eyes wide, likened the secret meetings to a Netflix bin. Except the series was handwritten, and the cliffhangers could earn you a flogging instead of a popcorn refill. The room filled with the rustle of pages, the soft sighs of awe, and the occasional cough that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. Even the stone walls seemed to lean in, as if the bricks themselves were eavesdropping on this literary insurgency. One chilly afternoon, the prefects discovered a torn page fluttering from a vent, its ink smeared like a crime scene. The headmaster's fury roared louder than the school bell, and the prospect of corporal punishment hung over the children like a storm cloud dripping ash. Yet the whisper of defiance had already taken root. The pupils exchanged glances that said, "We've tasted the forbidden fruit, and we're not going back." Miss Harding, standing at the doorway, raised an eyebrow, her silent protest louder than any shouted rebellion. As the chapter closed, the air thrummed with the promise that even the strictest Victorian walls could not mute the soft, steady hum of curiosity. The iron-clad doors of St. Bartholomew's cracked open at dawn, spilling cold mist onto the cobblestones like a ghostly breath. Inside, the headmaster, Mr. Craven, prowled the corridors with a cane that clicked louder than a metronome, hunting for any sign of dissent. He caught a flicker of whispered arithmetic in the attic, where a ragtag study group huddled over cracked slate tablets, daring to question the rote chants of Latin. Their heads bent over numbers felt like a secret rebellion, as if the children were plotting a heist on the school's prized discipline. When Craven's sharp eyes landed on the scene, his smile cracked like a cracked teacup, and the lesson of the day turned from arithmetic to terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Craven barked, "To the quadrangle! Let the whole school witness the lesson." The quadrangle, a dusty arena ringed with stone benches, smelled of damp wool and yesterday's boiled cabbage. A dozen boys and girls were herded like nervous chickens, their collars tightening as the crowd's murmur rose to a low roar. The cane, polished to a shine that could blind a moth, was lifted high, its wooden weight promising a thud that would echo through the rafters for weeks. Even the pigeons perched on the iron railing seemed to pause, cooing in a chorus that sounded suspiciously like a dramatic soundtrack. The headmaster's voice, as crisp as a freshly ironed cravat, declared the punishment a public spectacle, a Victorian version of a reality TV showdown. Thomas, a lanky lad with ink-stained fingers, stepped forward, his heart drumming like a drum line at a marching band. The first crack of the cane hit his back with a wet, splintering sound that smelled of pine and old school books, a smell that would haunt him longer than any algebra problem. The impact rippled through his ribs, sending a shockwave that made the nearby boys wince as if they just tasted a lemon dropped in their tea. Each subsequent strike sang a grim rhythm, the cane snapping against flesh like a metronome gone berserk, while the crowd's eyes widened in a mixture of horror and morbid fascination. Thomas's breath came out in ragged, smoky puffs, his cheeks flushing a crimson that rivaled the school's scarlet uniforms. Even the stone gargoyles above seemed to lean in, their stone faces cracking a grin of twisted irony. As the final blow fell, a collective gasp rose from the assembled children, a sound as sudden and sharp as a kettle whistling on a stovetop. The gasp wasn't just shock. It was a chorus of rebellion, each exhale a tiny flag planted in the soil of oppression. One daring girl, Elsie, shouted, "If we're all supposed to be silent, why does my stomach sound like a dragon?" And the courtyard erupted in nervous giggles. The headmaster's face turned a shade of beetroot that would make a beet jealous, his authority wobbling like a jelly on a plate. In that moment, the students' eyes met, and an unspoken pact formed. No more secret study groups, no more secret punishments. They would speak up, even if it meant sounding like a chorus of TikTok protest videos. The aftermath unfolded like a badly edited sitcom. Craven tried to regain control, issuing a proclamation that read like a terms and conditions page, dense and ignored. Meanwhile, Thomas, still tingling, stood tall, his back a map of bruises that resembled a modern art piece titled Victorian Pain. The schoolyard buzzed with whispered plans to swap the cane for a rubber chicken, a joke that would make even the sternest monk crack a smile. By the next week, the headmaster found himself fielding petitions that read, "Please replace canes with Wi-Fi," a cheeky nod to the future he could never imagine. And so, the day of the cane became a legend, a cautionary tale told over candlelight, reminding every new pupil that sometimes the loudest protest is a gasp, and sometimes the best weapon is a well-timed punchline. The town hall erupted like a kettle boiled over when the latest scandal hit the school. Parents, faces flushed with anger, shouted over the clatter of wooden chairs, demanding an end to the daily cane dance that left boys' backs smelling of sweat and chalk dust. The board members, sweating in their waistcoats, shuffled papers that smelled of ink and old leather, trying to pretend the uproar was just a passing fog. Yet the chorus of cries grew louder, echoing down the corridor where the school bell once rang like a prison door, and even the headmaster's stern jaw trembled. In that charged atmosphere, the decision to revisit the discipline policy finally slipped from the shadows into the harsh light of daylight. By the following week, the board convened in a room that reeked of pipe smoke and stale tea, the very air thick enough to cut with a ruler. After a tense debate that felt like watching a gladiator match in a Victorian version of The Office, the cane was declared illegal, its wooden handle confiscated like a relic from a barbaric past. The announcement rippled through the schoolyard, where boys stopped mid-kick, their boots splashing in the mud, and the only sound left was the soft sigh of relief that rose from their throats. Teachers, accustomed to the crack of the cane like a metronome, stared at the empty cane rack, their eyebrows arched in a mixture of bewilderment and secret triumph. Even the old schoolmaster, who had once boomed discipline, as if it were a spell, found himself muttering, "Well, that's unexpected," as he inhaled the sweet scent of freshly cut grass from the playground. Years later, Thomas, now a lanky man with a beard that could hide a small notebook, stood on the same cracked steps, the memory of that wooden rod still tingling in his spine. He recalled the sting of each strike, the metallic taste of blood on his tongue, and the way the hallway lights flickered like a stage set for a horror movie. Those brutal lessons, he admitted with a wry grin, forged a kind of resilience that made him survive the worst of life's potholes, from factory fires to the dreaded payday that arrived with a sigh. Yet the same resilience also taught him to question authority, to ask why a child's back should be marked the same way a ship's hull was scarred by cannon fire. He could almost hear the ghost of his younger self muttering, "If only we had a Wi-Fi signal, we could have streamed this to the world," a sarcastic nod to modern protest culture. The ban sparked an early wave of reform that spread through the town like gossip about a scandalous love affair in a Dickens novel. Teachers began swapping the cane for positive reinforcement, a phrase that sounded as fluffy as a cloud, but often felt like a thin veil over the same old expectations. Local newspapers ran headlines that read, "From whips to whispers, schools turn soft," while the town's gossip mill churned out jokes comparing the former discipline to a Game of Thrones battle. Except the dragons were replaced by stern headmasters. Parents formed societies that met in the back of the pub, raising glasses of ale and chanting for education without bruises, their laughter ringing louder than the school bell ever had. Ironically, the very cruelty that once kept students in line now became the catalyst for a kinder, albeit still strict, educational experiment that would echo into the 20th century. As the sun set over the soot-stained rooftops, Thomas looked out over the playground, now quiet except for the distant chirp of crickets and the occasional squeak of a swing. He felt a bittersweet pride, knowing that the harsh rules of his youth had, like a badly written sitcom, provided the plot twists that forced everyone to change the script. "A lesson learned," he whispered to the wind, a phrase that now carried both the sting of the past and the hopeful hum of a future where children could learn without the threat of a cane. The board's decision, once a mere footnote in a dusty ledger, had become a turning point that proved even the stiffest Victorian institutions could bend, if only a little. And so, with a chuckle that mingled nostalgia and relief, Thomas walked away, his steps echoing a rhythm that sounded oddly like a modern pop song. Proof that history, like any good remix, can turn pain into something strangely uplifting. The soot-gray fog rolled over 1865 London like a damp blanket, smothering the cobblestones and the hopes of anyone who dared to breathe it in. At the heart of this murky tableau stood the Harcourt Manor, its stone facade polished to a mirror-bright shine that mocked the grime outside. Inside, a petite figure, Eleanor Harcourt, was being ushered into a world where smiles were measured and tears were taxed. Her governess, Miss Whitfield, wore a black silk dress that whispered authority and carried a ledger of proper behavior like a priest carries a rosary. The prevailing belief, as crisp as the freshly ironed collars of the era, demanded that children conceal emotion, presenting a facade of composure as the cornerstone of proper Victorian upbringing. Miss Whitfield marched into Eleanor's nursery with the precision of a metronome, her heels clicking against the parquet floor like a drumbeat of discipline. She snapped a fresh, starched collar onto the girl's tiny neck, declaring it the armor against sentimentality. The scent of lavender oil, intended to calm, mixed with the acrid bite of coal smoke seeping through the cracked window, creating a perfume that smelled like restraint. "A child must be a porcelain doll, not a squalling piglet," she intoned, her voice as dry as the tea leaves she forever scolded Eleanor for spilling. Eleanor's eyes widened at the absurdity, but the governess's glare turned those bright orbs into obedient shutters. Later that afternoon, a rag-clad urchin darted past the manor gates, his laughter bubbling up like a kettle about to whistle. Eleanor's heart thumped in sync with that reckless giggle, and for a split second she imagined joining his chorus of mischief. The moment was snatched away when Miss Whitfield appeared, her shadow stretching across the garden like a stern Instagram filter that wipes out all color. "Feelings are for the lower classes," she whispered, as if revealing a state secret, and Eleanor swallowed the urge to grin, feeling the tightness of her new collar like a vice. The garden's roses, heavy with dew, seemed to weep in sympathy, their perfume a silent applause for the suppressed joy. The next morning, Eleanor dared a hiccup of laughter while reading a comic strip of a dashing detective. Yes, Sherlock Holmes, the original brooding hero, on the back of a newspaper. Miss Whitfield's eyes snapped open, and she seized a wooden ruler with the enthusiasm of a game show host grabbing the buzzer. "A laugh is a rebellion, Miss Harcourt," she declared, tapping the ruler against the desk as if conducting an orchestra of propriety. Eleanor's cheeks flushed a rosy hue that clashed with the pallor of the room, and the ruler clanged like a tiny gong announcing her crime. The irony was not lost on her. She imagined the whole scene as a Victorian episode of The Real Housewives of Kensington, complete with dramatic sighs and over-the-top glances. By twilight, Elinor sat by the fire, the crackling flames licking the walls while the house creaked with the sighs of generations bound by stiff collars. She pressed her small hand against the cold metal of her own collar, feeling the echo of countless suppressed sighs reverberate through her palm. A sudden gust rattled the shutters, and for a heartbeat the world seemed to whisper that emotions, like steam, could not be contained forever. Miss Whitfield, polishing the brass candlesticks, glanced over and offered a thin smile that hinted, perhaps, at a secret admiration for the very feelings she tried to smother. Elinor tucked the thought into her pocket, promising herself that one day she would unbutton the collar and let the world hear the full volume of her laughter. No matter how loudly, it rattled the manor's polished halls. Elinor slipped through the cracked hallway of Harcourt Manor like a mouse evading a cat, her heart thudding against the stone walls. She followed a faint, sweet scent of damp earth and wilted roses until a rusted iron gate creaked open, revealing a garden long forgotten by the household. Sunlight filtered through tangled ivy, painting the mossy benches with amber patches that looked like spilled tea. The air tasted of loam and the distant clatter of a carriage, a symphony that whispered, "Here, you may breathe." She sank onto a stone seat, feeling the cool grit of centuries against her fingertips, and let the world outside the manor's stern facade melt away. With a stolen quill she began to write, each line a secret breath of rebellion against the corseted expectations that bound her. Her verses fluttered like moths against the night, describing the wind's mischievous tug on her skirts and the yearning to chase it beyond the hedgerows. She scribbled about the taste of wild strawberries she imagined, the sticky juice staining her fingers like a child's first crime. The garden seemed to listen, its rustling leaves humming a chorus that made her giggle, as if the roses were gossiping about the stiff Lady Harcourt's latest soiree. In that hidden nook, Elinor felt the spark of freedom flicker brighter than the candle in her bedside drawer. The next morning, Lady Harcourt, with her powdered hair perched like a crown of clouds, prowled the corridors and discovered the poems tucked beneath a cracked teacup. She snatched the parchment, her eyes narrowing like a hawk spotting a sparrow, and lectured Elinor with the severity of a schoolmaster wielding a ruler. "Sentimentality is unbecoming of a genteel child," she declared, her voice echoing off the marble as if the house itself were judging. The lady's words cut sharper than the thorns of the garden's roses, and the scent of lavender polish seemed to choke the air. Elinor's cheeks flushed a fierce crimson, a color not sanctioned by the family's palette of pale pastels. The clash between Elinor's inner storm and the outward calm became a game of cat and mouse. Each secret verse, a tiny act of rebellion that made the house creak with tension. She imagined herself as a modern-day Katniss, not with a bow but with a pen, aiming at the oppressive expectations of Victorian propriety. Ironically, the very act of hiding her feelings made them louder, like a whisper turned into a tick-tock trend that no one could ignore. The garden, once a sanctuary, now felt like a backstage where the drama unfolded, the mud underfoot reminding her that freedom isn't always polished. Even the garden gnomes seemed to smirk, their stone eyes winking at the absurdity of a child being scolded for feeling too much. When the afternoon tea arrived, Elinor poured herself a cup of tea that tasted of rebellion, a blend of bitter leaves and sweet defiance. She stared at the porcelain, recalling her verses, and wondered if future generations would read her hidden poems like a vintage Instagram caption. The garden's wind rustled the pages, as if urging her to keep writing, to let the scent of freedom mingle with the musty perfume of the manor. Lady Harcourt, oblivious to the quiet revolution sprouting beneath her feet, continued to prune the roses with the precision of a Victorian spreadsheet. And Elinor, heart still humming like a secret song, promised herself that no amount of stern rebuke could wilt the wild garden growing inside her soul. The organ wheezed a mournful hymn as the pews filled with stiff collars and polished shoes, the scent of beeswax and damp wool hanging heavy in St. Mary's vaulted nave. Sunlight slivered through stained glass, painting the stone floor with shards of ruby and emerald that flickered like a medieval disco. The vicar's voice rose, a gravelly baritone that tried to drown out the creaking of the old wooden doors. In the front row, Miss Whitfield sat upright, her eyes as sharp as a hawk eyeing a field mouse. Meanwhile, young Elinor perched on the edge of a pew, clutching a crumpled piece of parchment like a secret treasure. A sudden rustle near the altar drew Elinor's gaze to a tiny sparrow, its feathers ruffled and its chest heaving with the last gasp of life. The bird had slipped through a crack in the window, its tiny heart beating a frantic drumbeat against the cold stone. Elinor's breath caught, and she whispered a desperate prayer, the words tumbling out like a child's chant in a horror movie. The sparrow's eyes stared back, glossy and accusing, before it fell with a soft thud onto the polished pew cushion. The congregation's murmurs turned to a collective gasp, as if the church had just announced a surprise pop culture cameo of a tragic bird cameo. Without warning, Elinor's composure cracked. A raw, high-pitched sob burst from her throat, echoing off the vaulted ceilings like a banshee on a bad day. The sound ricocheted through the choir stalls, startling the organist into a missed chord that sounded like a cat stepping on a piano. Mothers clutched their children tighter, whispering, "She'll have a fit," while the elderly gentleman in the back muttered about the decline of proper decorum. Miss Whitfield's eyebrows shot up, her lips forming a thin line that could have sliced through the pew wood. The entire service froze, the holy atmosphere turning into a theater of awkward silence, punctuated by Elinor's trembling tears. When the hymn finally concluded, Miss Whitfield rose with the poise of a drill sergeant who had just discovered a rebellious teenager in her ranks. She announced, in a voice that could have been heard in a crowded market, that emotional outbursts would now be punished with extra Latin drills and a strict "no crying" clause in the school handbook. The irony was thick enough to taste. The very institution that preached compassion was now handing out emotional handcuffs. Elinor, cheeks still wet, felt the sting of a new lesson plan that demanded she swallow her feelings like a bitter ale. The girls in the class exchanged glances that said, "Welcome to the Victorian version of a reality TV makeover," while the boys snickered, recalling a meme about crying over spilled milk. Only this time, it was literal blood from a dying bird. Word of the incident slipped through the parish like a mischievous wind, slipping under the doors of the vicarage and into the tea rooms where gossip brewed stronger than the Earl Grey. Mothers warned their daughters that Elinor's family might be deemed unseemly, a label that could tarnish reputations faster than a scandalous headline in a penny dreadful. Miss Whitfield, sensing the ripple, tightened her grip on the curriculum, promising that any future tears would be met with a stern lecture on stoicism and a dash of Dickensian moralizing. The Whitfield household, meanwhile, prepared a fresh batch of sermons on the virtue of restraint, as if sprinkling sugar on a wound would make it heal. By sunset, the churchyard was alive with the soft rustle of gossip, the sparrow's brief life now a cautionary tale whispered behind lace curtains and over clinking teacups. The great oak doors of the Victoria Philanthropic Hall groaned open, spilling a rush of damp London air into the candle-lit chamber. A chorus of muffled coughs and the clink of china cups rose from the long oak table where gentlemen in frock coats shuffled their papers. At the head of the room, Dr. Hartley cleared his throat, his spectacles fogging like a steam engine in a fog bank. He lifted a vellum, thin pamphlet titled The Tender Soul of the Child, and the room inhaled the scent of ink and stale tobacco. Even the portrait of Queen Victoria seemed to tilt its stern gaze, as if ready to judge the scandal about to unfold. Hartley's voice crackled like a telegraph as he argued that children were not miniature adults, but fragile blossoms needing sunlight for their feelings. He cited recent experiments where a neglected boy's trembling hands turned to a steady grip after a simple hug, a notion that made the older members twitch their mustaches in disbelief. The air grew thick with the smell of boiled cabbage from the catering kitchen, a reminder that even philanthropy could be served with a side of blandness. A murmuring chorus of absurd and preposterous rose, punctuated by the occasional snort of a gentleman who seemed to have swallowed a lemon. Yet Hartley pressed on, his eyes glittering like a Victorian tick-tock star, daring to break the decorum dance. When Hartley finished, a thin hand tapped the polished wood and a leaner, her father's dutiful daughter, was ushered forward. She wore a simple muslin dress that brushed the floor with the soft sigh of silk, and her cheeks flushed the color of freshly plucked roses from her garden. Eleanor opened a battered notebook, its pages stained with rain and ink, and began to recite verses about dandelion wishes and the ache of a lonely robin. Her voice floated through the hall like a wind chime, stirring the dust motes into a delicate ballet that even the stern portrait could not ignore. The gentleman leaned in, half amused, half terrified, as if a child's poem might dissolve the very brickwork of their convictions. The debate erupted like a steam engine's whistle, with Mr. Whitmore bellowing that children are to be molded, not coddled, while Miss Penelope whispered that the heart is a garden needing pruning of compassion. Irony dripped from the room when a gentleman in a top hat compared the idea of emotional nurture to feeding a cat with a spoon. Both absurd and oddly satisfying. Laughter rippled when someone muttered that if children could speak their minds, the next Parliament would sound like a reality show reunion episode. Yet beneath the sarcasm, the scent of sweat and cheap perfume clung to the air, a gritty reminder that ideas can be as uncomfortable as a damp wool coat. Hartley, eyes flashing, challenged the skeptics to a test. A single hug for each child in the orphanage, promising proof that love could be measured like a penny farthing's wheel. As the meeting adjourned, the echo of Eleanor's verses lingered, bouncing off the high plaster ceilings like a ghostly chorus from a Victorian tick-tock replay. The gentlemen filed out, their cuffs still glinting, but a few lingered, clutching the pamphlet as if it were a secret love letter from a rebellious poet. Outside, the rain hammered the cobblestones, washing away the stale cigar smoke and leaving a fresh, earthy scent that matched the garden images Alina had painted. In that wet twilight, the hall's once stoic silence felt suddenly porous, as if the very walls had learned to listen to a child's sigh. And so, a single voice in the hall, soft, stubborn, and undeniably human, proved that even the most rigid of Victorian minds could be nudged, like a carriage on a cobblestone, toward a gentler, more feeling future. The rain finally stopped over Harcourt House, and Lady Harcourt stood on the damp flagstones, her corset still stiff as a board but her heart a little less iron. She watched Alina tug at the hem of her dress, eyes bright with a nervous hope that smelled of fresh chalk and garden mud. Reluctantly, the matriarch lifted the veil of propriety and whispered a permission that sounded more like a surrender than a decree. The servants exchanged bewildered glances, as if a governess had just announced a tea party on the roof of the Tower of London. In that moment, the stiff collar of Victorian restraint seemed to loosen just enough for a sigh to escape the drawing room. Alina's new school sat on the edge of the estate, a modest brick building that hummed with laughter and the clatter of wooden desks. Inside, Miss Whitby encouraged the children to paint their feelings, letting them smear indigo melancholy across canvases and splash lemon yellow joy on the walls. The scent of oil paint mingled with the sharp tang of ink, while the boys' giggles bounced off the high windows like a chorus of mischievous crickets. Even the stern headmaster, who normally wore his disapproval like a pocket watch, cracked a grin when a shy pupil confessed a fear of thunder that sounded like a distant drum solo from a modern rock concert. Alina left each day with pockets full of scribbled poems and a mind buzzing like a beehive, her emotions finally given a stage rather than a locked attic. Back in the garden, the roses that had once drooped like wilted aristocrats now thrust their heads upward, bursting with crimson and ivory petals that sang of rebirth. Bees swarmed the blossoms, their buzzing a soundtrack to the soft rustle of newly unfurled ferns, while the scent of earth after rain wrapped around the house like a comforting shawl. Lady Harcourt, leaning against the stone balustrade, inhaled the perfume and felt a strange tenderness blossom in her chest, as if the garden were whispering a secret about the value of feeling. The once pruned hedges, now allowed to grow wild, reminded her that control could be beautiful, but freedom was intoxicating. She watched Alina chase a butterfly, her laughter scattering like confetti across the freshly mown lawn. There was a certain irony in the whole affair, as if the Victorians had finally discovered the cheat code to emotional health, something akin to swapping a stiff top hat for a baseball cap in a modern sitcom. The servants, who had spent years polishing silverware until it reflected the stern faces of their employers, now found themselves polishing the glass of a teacup that held a steaming swirl of chamomile and honey, a drink that could soothe even the most hardened heart. Even the family cat, Sir Whiskers, seemed to approve, flicking his tail in rhythm with the distant hum of a steam locomotive that passed by, a reminder that progress sometimes sounds like a giant, clanking kettle. Lady Harcourt chuckled, recalling a line from a popular penny dreadful. Even the stiffest cravat can be loosened by a good laugh and a splash of rain. The garden, the school, and the lingering scent of wet stone all conspired to rewrite the script of childhood for the Harcourt clan. As twilight draped the estate in a violet hush, the garden lights flickered on, casting amber pools that danced on the pond's surface like tiny stage lights. Alina emerged from the school gates, cheeks flushed with the day's revelations, and handed her mother a folded paper heart that smelled faintly of ink and pine sap. Lady Harcourt unfolded it, reading the child's earnest words about fear, hope, and the simple pleasure of watching fireflies perform a midnight ballet. In that quiet exchange, the old Victorian doctrine of suppressing child emotion cracked like a porcelain teacup dropped on cobblestones. The story closed with the garden blooming anew, a living metaphor for the gradual, stubbornly beautiful shift in how a society began to listen to the inner lives of its youngest members. The soot-stained cobbles of 1865 London chewed at a leaner Whitmore's boots as the carriage rattled toward Greywood. Towering above the fog-kissed lane, the manor loomed like a stone-clad gargoyle, its windows blinking amber against the soot-gray sky. A brass knocker, tarnished by generations of polite fists, sang a hollow ding that seemed to warn her of the discipline awaiting inside. As the heavy oak doors swung open, a rush of pine-scented polish and the faint perfume of wilted roses assaulted her nose, a paradoxical welcome. Elinor stepped onto the marble floor, feeling the chill of the stones seep into her spine, as if the house itself were inhaling her nervousness. Lady Whitmore, draped in black silk that swished like a courtroom drama soundtrack, greeted her daughter with a smile as tight as a corset. "Obedience is the currency of respect," she intoned, tapping a gloved finger on a gilt-edged ledger that listed proper posture, proper speech, and proper tears. The lady's eyes flicked to the portrait of an ancestor who stared down like a Victorian Instagram influencer, stiff, immaculate, and utterly unapproachable. Elinor felt the weight of a dozen expectations settle on her shoulders, each one humming like a steam engine waiting for a signal. In that moment, the house seemed to whisper, "Welcome to the Academy of Properness. Graduation guaranteed, rebellion optional." Miss Blythe entered the drawing room, her hair pinned back with a ribbon as severe as a schoolmaster's ruler. She unfurled a curriculum that read like a Dickens novel's footnote: arithmetic with coal dust counters, French conjugations spoken over a backdrop of soot-filled windows, and needlework that could stitch a silken rebellion. The governess's voice cracked like a cracked teacup as she demonstrated the proper way to curtsy, each bend of the knee a miniature performance of humility. Elinor's fingertips tingled on the cold brass of a geography globe, its seas painted in muted blues that reminded her of the Thames after a rainstorm. The lesson ended with a stern warning. A misplaced sigh is a scandal. A stray thought is a rebellion. Keep both in the proper drawer. Beyond the iron gates, the city's clamor rose like a distant drum solo, the clatter of horse-drawn wagons and the occasional shouted vendor selling boiled peanuts. The manor's high windows framed that urban symphony, turning the soot-laden skyline into a living, breathing backdrop for Elinor's confinement. She imagined the streets as a Netflix series set in Victorian London, where every alley held a secret and every chimney puffed out gossip. Yet the iron bars sang a different tune, their rusted hinges creaking in protest whenever a breeze tried to carry a whiff of freedom inside. In the hush of the evening, the echo of church bells mingled with the far-off whistle of a steam locomotive, reminding her that life beyond Greywood pulsed like a stubborn heartbeat. Elinor stood at the foot of the grand staircase, feeling the marble's coolness mimic the icy stare of her mother's portrait watching from above. She caught a glimpse of herself in a polished silver tray, her reflection a mix of lace, fear, and a spark of mischief, like a teenage superhero in a corset. The house seemed to grin, its corridors whispering, "Play your part, dear, or the audience will never applaud." Yet somewhere deep inside, a tiny rebellion brewed, as stubborn as the soot that refused to leave the city's skin. And as the night settled, Alina whispered to the shadows, "If I must obey, I'll at least do it with style. Think Victorian Beyoncé meets Mary Shelley's monster." Alina stands in the high-ceilinged drawing room, the polished mahogany floor echoing the click of her mother's wooden ruler. Every morning she bends like a wilted rose, spine straightened by a chorus of sermons that smell of lavender soap and stale incense. The governess, Miss Penelope, drills her through prayer after prayer, her voice as sharp as a kettle's whistle. Even the curtains seem to sigh in approval, their heavy brocade whispering, "Sit up straight, child, and mind the manners." All the while Alina feels like a Victorian doll in a museum, her smile plastered on like a forced selfie for the Queen's Instagram. When the bell tolls for recess, Alina slips through the back door like a cat burglar, the scent of coal and boiled cabbage guiding her to the alley. There, perched on a cracked stone, is Tom, a street-wise boy with a grin that could sell a penny farthing to a horse. He offers her a crust of stale bread in exchange for a whispered story of a world beyond soot-blackened rooftops. Tom's voice crackles like an old gramophone, spilling tales of circus performers, runaway carriages, and a secret garden where the roses bloom without permission. Alina giggles, feeling the absurdity of trading crumbs for rebellion, as if she were binge-watching a rogue Netflix series in the 1800s. Their clandestine meetings become a flickering candle in the darkness of Alina's regimented life, each story planting a tiny seed of doubt. She begins to notice the iron taste of obedience on her tongue, like the metallic tang of a freshly forged chain. The echo of Miss Penelope's "Thou shalt not question" reverberates, but Tom's anecdotes of daring thieves turn the mantra into a cracked Instagram filter, pretty on the surface, distorted underneath. Alina's heart thuds against her ribcage, a drumbeat louder than the ticking clock that measures her every breath. She starts to wonder whether the world outside the manor walls is a stage, and she, merely a background extra in a Dickensian drama. One rainy afternoon, Mrs. Whitmore catches Alina humming a forbidden tune and whips out a ruler that snaps like a whip crack. The sound slices through the room, and Alina feels the sting of burnt toast on her tongue, her only comfort after the reprimand. Tom, ever the joker, whispers that she's auditioning for Lord of the Flies, Victorian edition, and Alina can't help but smirk despite the scolding. The irony is thick as the soot on Tom's boots. The very obedience the household demands becomes the shackles that fuel her secret yearning. Even the portrait of Queen Victoria seems to roll her eyes, as if to say, "You think you're the first rebel. Try surviving a royal wedding." By twilight, Alina stands by the cracked window, the cold wind tugging at her skirts and carrying the scent of rain on cobblestones. She watches the street lamps flicker, each glow a tiny beacon of the stories Tom has fed her, now burning brighter than the candle of obedience. A quiet resolve settles in her chest, as steady as the ticking of a pocket watch, promising that the whispering lessons will soon become a shout. She tucks the crumb's soft hope into her pocket, ready to face the next regimented prayer with a wink and a secret mantra. "May the force be with my defiance." And so, The girl who once bowed like a porcelain figurine now steps forward, her feet making the soft thud of a revolution in the hallway of propriety. The Whitmore drawing room glowed like a stage set, gilt mirrors catching the amber firelight, and the delicate porcelain vase perched on the mantel like a trophy of propriety. Eleanor, 16 and restless, eyed the vase as if it were a silent judge, its blue-white blossoms whispering of generations that never dared to question. Her mother, Lady Whitmore, had taught her that obedience was the currency of respect, a lesson she'd heard as often as the housekeeper's kettle whistling. On a whim born of teenage rebellion, Eleanor lifted the vase, feeling the cool weight of expectation in her palm. The moment she tipped it, the room held its breath, and the vase began its tragic tumble. The porcelain sang a high-pitched crack as it hit the marble floor, shards scattering like confetti at a particularly violent birthday party. A gasp rose from the footmen, and the butler's polished shoes squeaked in panic, the sound echoing off the oil-painted portraits of stern ancestors. The scent of crushed china mingled with the faint perfume of lavender sachets, a fragrant reminder of the house's obsession with appearances. Eleanor's heart hammered louder than the servants' frantic shuffling, each beat a drum of dread. Even the house cat, Sir Whiskers, leapt onto the mantel, eyes wide as if he'd just seen a ghost on a reality TV show. Lady Whitmore stormed in, her silk gown swishing like a courtroom gavel, and declared Eleanor's act a betrayal worthy of exile to the attic. She ordered the doors locked, the candles dimmed, and a single iron key tossed into Eleanor's trembling hand as the only ticket out of the house. "You shall not see daylight again until you learn the value of silence," she intoned, her voice dripping with the kind of drama you'd expect from a Shakespearean villain on a modern soap. Eleanor was escorted to a spare bedroom where the curtains were drawn so tight they could have been black-out blinds on a film set. The only companion was a moth-eaten quilt that smelled of mothballs and forgotten dreams. The servants gathered in the pantry, whispering behind the clatter of copper pots, their faces pale as the porcelain that now littered the hallway. Mrs. Crenshaw, the cook, muttered that the Whitmore reputation was cracking faster than a cheap china teacup in a dishwasher. The footmen exchanged nervous glances, half expecting the household to implode like a badly edited sitcom finale. Yet a flicker of rebellion sparked in their eyes, as if they'd just discovered a cheat code for the game of Victorian decorum. They wondered whether the next scandal would involve a scandalous gossip column or perhaps a scandalous tick-tock dance, though tick-tock, of course, was still a century away. When the night grew thick and the wind rattled the shutters, Eleanor lay on the hard bed, listening to the house settle like an old man sighing in a recliner. The broken vase lay in a heap outside, a jagged reminder that even the most polished facades could shatter with a single reckless push. Lady Whitmore's punishment, though severe, began to feel as absurd as a Victorian drama where the hero is a teacup. In the quiet, the servants' murmurs turned into a low hum of solidarity, a secret soundtrack to the crumbling of social control. And so the Whitmore household learned that a cracked piece of porcelain could echo louder than 1,000 polite bows. A lesson that would linger longer than any lingering scent of lavender. The ballroom glittered like a freshly polished pocket watch, its crystal chandeliers spilling amber light over silk drapes and a sea of polished mahogany chairs. Servants glided past on polished shoes that squeaked like nervous mice, while the scent of roasted pheasant and stale perfume tangled in the air. Lady Whitmore hovered at the center, her lace fan fluttering like a nervous hummingbird. The town's elite, bustling gentlemen with top hats taller than their ambitions murmured about the upcoming charity auction. Alina stood at the fringe, clutching a porcelain teacup that trembled in her hand, as if it sensed the impending drama. When Sir Reginald Bexley, a senior guest with a mustache that could shelter a sparrow, bowed and extended his hand, Alina's throat tightened like a knot in a sailor's rope. Her voice, a quivering whisper, cut through the clinking of crystal. "I will not bow," she declared, as steady as a metronome on a stormy night. The words hung in the room, heavy as soot, and the chandeliers seemed to dim in protest. A gasp rose from the crowd, followed by a chorus of shocked chuckles that sounded like a Victorian version of a tick-tock dance gone wrong. The Baron's eyebrows arched higher than the ballroom's vaulted ceiling, his face turning the color of overcooked beetroot. The scandal erupted faster than a firecracker in a hayloft, sending whispers ricocheting off the gilt mirrors like mischievous sprites. Ladies clutched their fans tighter, their perfume now a bitter reminder of rebellion, while gentlemen adjusted their cravats as if to hide their embarrassment. Lady Whitmore's eyes flashed with a mix of fury and disbelief, the kind you'd see in a cat that just discovered the vacuum cleaner is alive. She strode toward Alina, her skirts swishing like a courtroom gavel, and demanded an explanation that would make a courtroom drama look like a children's bedtime story. The room buzzed with irony. The very people who preached obedience were now the ones feeding the gossip mill. From a shadowed alcove behind the gilded mirrors, Tom watched, his heart thudding like a drum in a marching band that had lost its rhythm. He saw Alina's trembling shoulders and felt a cold sweat slick his back, as if he just stepped into a vat of cold porridge. The flickering candlelight painted his face with a ghastly pallor, making him look like a character from a Gothic novel who had misplaced his soul. He wanted to rush forward, to shield her from the scorn, but the weight of centuries-old etiquette clung to his boots like tar. Instead, he lingered, his breath shallow, fearing that any move might unleash a storm worse than the one already raging in the ballroom. Lady Whitmore finally raised her voice, trembling like a queen-size teacup about to tip over, and declared that Alina would face the consequences of her defiance. Yet, as the guests leaned in, a ripple of amusement spread. Some imagined the rebellious girl as a modern-day superhero, cape invisible but spirit blazing. The irony was delicious. The very order they prized was cracking under the weight of a single, shaky no. Tom slipped away into the night, the scent of damp stone and stale wine clinging to his coat, wondering if the storm Alina sparked would become a legend whispered over future soirees. And somewhere, perhaps in a future diary, someone would write that the night the girl refused to bow was the day Victorian propriety learned to do a little unexpected jazz hands. The drawing room still reeked of burnt tallow and Mrs. Whitmore's lavender sachet, a pungent reminder that gossip had already set fire to the household's reputation. Lady Whitmore paced over a cracked parquet floor, her silk gloves smudged with the faint grease of tea spilled in a hasty retreat. The clatter of silverware echoed like a marching band of propriety, each clang a reminder that the walls had ears and the servants had tongues. Outside, the rain hammered the windows, drumming a rhythm that matched the rapid pulse of whispered scandal. Even the portrait of the late Sir Reginald seemed to raise an eyebrow at the scene, as if the oil-painted aristocrat were judging the modern drama with a wry, Victorian smirk. When the storm finally subsided, Lady Whitmore offered Elinor a measured concession, sliding a slim volume of poetry across the mahogany desk with a sigh that smelled of wilted roses. "You may study literature," she declared, "but the drills of obedience will not be abandoned entirely. Think of it as a genteel compromise, like swapping a corset for a slightly looser waistcoat." Elinor's eyes flickered with the kind of hope that only a forbidden novel can spark, and she imagined herself leaf-turning through verses instead of marching in endless rows. The lady's voice trembled like a gramophone needle, half-heartedly apologetic yet still wrapped in the ironclad tone of authority. It was as if the Queen herself had whispered, "Do as I say, but you can read the footnotes," a royal version of a meme that would make modern TikTokers gasp. The agreement settled over the house like a thin sheet of frost, fragile yet enough to keep the cracks from widening. Servants whispered in the kitchen, their ladles clinking against copper pots, while the scent of freshly baked scones tried valiantly to mask the lingering odor of scandal. Elinor slipped a quill into her pocket, feeling the weight of ink like a secret promise, and the house seemed to exhale, its sigh audible in the distant ticking of the grandfather clock. Even the portrait of Sir Reginald appeared to nod, his painted eyes softening as if he recognized the subtle rebellion in a well-polished bow. The quiet accord, however, trembled like a candle in a draught, ready to sputter at the slightest gust of daring. It was absurdly ironic that the most rigid Victorian structure could bend over a single whisper of individuality. Imagine a stiff upper lip doing a subtle shimmy to the tune of a modern pop song, like the Queen doing the floss in a royal ballroom. The household felt like a scene from a period drama that had accidentally been handed a Netflix script, where the stern matriarch drops a line that would make even the most stoic character say, "Whoa, that's a plot twist." The servants exchanged glances that said, "Did she just give the kid a Netflix-style plot device?" Yet beneath the humor, the tension lingered like the metallic tang of a freshly sharpened blade, hidden in a lace glove. Lady Whitmore's concession was as delicate as a teacup teetering on the edge of a saucer, daring to tip without shattering the whole set. In the end, the fragile piece settled like dust on a chandelier, sparkling just enough to catch the eye, but not enough to cause a crash. Elinor walked the halls with a book tucked under her arm, the rustle of pages sounding like a soft rebellion against the clatter of drills. The house breathed a sigh of relief, the lingering scent of lavender mixing with the faint perfume of ink, a reminder that even the stiffest of Victorian walls have seams where light can slip through. The quiet accord proved that the desire for individuality, whispered through the cracks, could coax even the most iron-clad expectations to sway, if only for a moment. And so, the Whitmore manor continued its genteel dance, each step a careful negotiation between tradition and the faint, ever-present hum of change. The clatter of horse-drawn hansoms and the hiss of coal-choked steam filled the foggy avenues of 1860s London, where soot-stained lampposts flickered like tired stage lights. In a cramped townhouse on Whitechapel Road, little Amelia twirled a frayed ribbon while her governess, Miss Penelope Hawthorne, lectured on the virtues of obedience with a voice as sharp as a kettle's whistle. Just a few blocks away, the hulking brick facade of the St. Bartholomew Workhouse loomed, its iron gates creaking like a bad horror movie soundtrack. Inside, A gaunt boy named Thomas shuffled through a corridor that reeked of boiled cabbage and despair, clutching a tattered copy of Oliver Twist for comfort. Both children, though worlds apart, would become the living proof of a society torn between genteel nurture and grim charity. Miss Penelope ran her lessons with the precision of a clockmaker, tapping ruler against desk, while reciting psalms that sounded like a choir of stern librarians. Amelia learned to braid her hair while polishing silver, the metallic scent mingling with the sweet perfume of lavender sachets that masked the street's grime. Discipline arrived in the form of a wooden slipper, delivered with a theatrical flick that would make a Broadway choreographer jealous. Yet between the stern lectures, the governess slipped a joke about Dickens' characters being the original reality TV stars, earning a suppressed giggle from Amelia. The room hummed with the crackle of a coal fire, the glow painting the walls amber, as moral instruction and mischievous whispers danced together. At the workhouse, Thomas's day began with the clang of iron doors and the sour whine of a kettle that never seemed to boil. Meals were porridge, gray, lumpy, and smelling faintly of boiled shoe leather, served on chipped pewter plates that clanged against each other like a cheap percussion ensemble. The overseer, a man with a mustache as rigid as his rules, barked orders that echoed through the dormitory, where boys huddled on straw mattresses that squeaked under every restless turn. Even the air tasted of damp wool and the faint metallic tang of ironwork, a sensory reminder that charity often smelled like neglect. Thomas learned to read by candlelight, his eyes straining against the smoke, while dreaming of a world where bedtime stories weren't delivered by a grizzled guard. Back in the middle-class drawing room, neighbors gathered over tea, debating whether children should be raised like delicate orchids or hardened like steam engines. Mrs. Whittaker, a self-styled social reformer, quoted the latest pamphlet that claimed, "The child is a blank slate," while secretly checking her pocket watch to see if the gossip could be fit into a 30-minute episode of The Crown. The irony was thick as the soot that settled on their lace curtains. The very institutions that preached compassion were built on the backs of boys like Thomas. A heated argument erupted when Mr. Pembroke suggested sending Amelia to a boarding school that resembled a Victorian Hogwarts, complete with strict house rules and a ghostly headmaster. Laughter bubbled as someone quipped that the only dragons they'd face were the daily battles over coal rations and proper posture. Thus, the city's steam-powered heart pumped a debate that still reverberates in modern nurseries, where parents now argue over screen time instead of wooden slippers. Amelia grew up to champion child-centered education, while Thomas, scarred but resilient, became a clerk who fought for workhouse reform, proving that even grim beginnings can spark change. Today, a TikTok video of a toddler refusing broccoli might seem trivial, but it echoes the same clash of authority and autonomy that rattled Victorian parlors. If you listen closely, you can hear the faint hiss of a coal furnace beneath the whir of a baby monitor, reminding us that the steam of the past still fuels our parenting dilemmas. And perhaps, just perhaps, the next great debate will be settled over a latte foam art shaped like a tiny governess, winking at us from the cafe window. The morning light filtered through the soot-stained windows of the Whitfield household, casting a pallid glow on the rows of wooden desks. Amelia sat upright, her tiny hands clutching a slate as if it were a lifeline. Miss Whitfield, her hair twisted into a severe knot, paced the room like a drill sergeant on a Victorian battlefield. The air smelled of chalk dust and boiled cabbage, a pungent reminder that education was meant to be endured, not enjoyed. Even the house cat seemed to sigh, as if it too sensed the impending lesson was about to turn into a grim performance. Miss Whitfield halted the lesson and slammed the slate shut, the sharp crack echoing like a gunshot in a silent church. "No more endless recitation," she declared, her voice slicing through the monotony of arithmetic drills. She tossed the textbook aside, revealing a hidden stash of ragged paper dolls and a tin of marbles that had been smuggled in by a sympathetic maid. The children's eyes widened, their faces lighting up with the same spark that flickers when a teenager discovers a secret level in a video game. For a heartbeat, the room filled with the sound of giggles and the faint clatter of marble rolls, a rebellion against the iron-clad schedule that had ruled their days. Across town, Charles Dickens hunched over a candle-lit desk, his pen dripping ink like a leaky faucet onto pamphlets titled, "Children Are Not Machines." He described the factory floor as a smog-filled nightmare where tiny hands turned gears louder than any church organ. Meanwhile, Dr. Barnardo, wearing a coat that smelled of antiseptic and cheap tobacco, distributed his own flyers, promising homes where kids could breathe fresh air instead of coal dust. Their words fluttered through the streets, landing in taverns and market stalls, stirring mothers to whisper, "Maybe my boy should play, not pull a cart." The irony was as thick as the soot on the city's rooftops. The very people who penned fairy tales of kindness were now waging a literary war against the grim reality they'd once romanticized. The industrialists, however, gathered in smoke-filled clubs, clinking glasses of gin while proclaiming that discipline was the engine of empire. "A well-trained child makes a profitable clerk," boomed Mr. Harrington, his mustache twitching as he gestured toward the loom, "and a well-trained loom makes the nation rich." They argued that play was a luxury for the aristocracy, not a necessity for the working class, likening childhood frivolity to a leaky boat in a storm. Their rhetoric reeked of oil and iron, a metallic perfume that masked the cries of exhausted apprentices hauling coal in the dead of night. Yet even they could not ignore the growing chorus of dissent that sounded, oddly enough, like a modern protest playlist, vocals of outrage overlaid on the clatter of machinery. The clash between compassion and economic necessity turned the city into a stage where every alley echoed with debate, as if the ghosts of Shakespeare's Much Ado were arguing over labor laws. Amelia, now a teenager, watched the pamphlets flutter past her window like rebellious butterflies, feeling the tug of both worlds on her heart. She imagined a future where children could swap slate for skateboards, where learning felt less like a drill sergeant's chant and more like a Netflix binge of curiosity. The Victorian uproar foreshadows today's battles over screen time, gig economy jobs, and the right to simply be a kid, proof that history loves a good sequel. And so, the whispers of reform that began in soot-caked rooms still ripple through our modern streets, reminding us that a society that neglects its youngest members is as cracked as a cracked teacup in a royal banquet. The House of Commons buzzed like a hive of angry bees as the inquiry into St. Bartholomew's workhouse kicked off. Steam from the furnace curled through the vaulted hall, mingling with the sour whiff of wet wool that seemed to follow the witnesses like an unwanted perfume. At the center of the uproar stood a wooden podium, scarred by decades of elbows and ink, where the clerk read aloud the grim inventory of cramped cribs that could barely fit a newborn and a sack of potatoes. Every rusted iron rail and splintered pine board was catalogued, as if the building itself were a living, coughing patient. The audience, half-clad in frock coats and half-clad in curiosity, leaned in, ready to hear whether the nation's conscience would finally be soothed. First to testify was Mrs. Whittaker, a gaunt matron whose eyes flickered like candle flames as she described children tossed into iron-bound cribs that rattled like a percussion section gone rogue. She spoke of the nightly chorus of whimpering infants, the clatter of wooden boards being struck as punishment, and the metallic tang of blood that lingered after a misbehaving boy was caned for daring to steal a crust of bread. The room smelled of stale porridge and desperation, a stew that no amount of fresh air could thin out. When she recounted the punitive practice of locking a child's hands in a wooden cage for a lesson in obedience, a few MPs snorted, as if she'd suggested a new reality TV challenge. Even the sternest gentleman could not hide his grimace, because the image of a tiny head pressed against cold iron was as unsettling as a Victorian Instagram filter gone wrong. The testimony hung in the air like a damp blanket, heavy enough to make the chandeliers sway in sympathy. Enter Sir Reginald Haversham, the charismatic MP whose silver tongue could sell a horse to a centaur, and who rose to defend the workhouse as the last bastion against moral decay. He painted a picture of society as a fragile vase, ready to shatter if the soft-hearted charity of the middle class melted away like butter on a summer scone. With a wink, he compared the workhouse to a Victorian version of The Walking Dead, where the living dead of poverty were kept in check by strict discipline. His rhetoric drummed a steady beat, insisting that tradition was the sturdy rope that kept the ship of England from capsizing into the choppy seas of lax parenting. The irony, however, was as thick as the soot on his cuffs. The very rope he praised was frayed, its fibers stained with the cries of children who had never known a mother's lullaby. In the gallery, Amelia heartily clutched a threadbare shawl, her mind a storm of conflicting loyalties. She remembered the smell of her own kitchen, roasted onions, fresh laundry, the comforting hum of a coal fire, versus the acrid, yeasty stench of the workhouse's communal latrine. The pamphlet she held, titled Parental Involvement, A New Dawn, promised a future where mothers could nurse their infants without fearing the clang of the overseer's whip. Yet the promise also meant navigating bureaucratic mazes that felt like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, with officials who spoke in riddles about efficiency, while ignoring the wet, shivering bodies in the dormitories. Amelia's heart thumped like a drum in a marching band, torn between the safety of institutional charity and the fierce, messy love of a parent who might just be the only thing that can drown out the workhouse's nighttime chorus of wails. The clash of ideals that roared through that 1840s courtroom still echoes in today's heated debates over daycare versus homeschooling, as modern parents trade the smell of fresh coffee for the digital buzz of Zoom-based parent-teacher conferences. Back then, the question was whether iron cribs could replace a mother's arms. Now it's whether an iPad can replace a teacher's chalk dust. Both eras wrestle with the same uneasy balance, protecting children without imprisoning them in a system that smells of stale authority. And just as Sir Reginald warned of moral decay, today's influencers warn of screen rot, proving that every generation swaps one set of shackles for another, often with a side of irony that would make even Dickens chuckle. So the debate lives on, a perpetual Victorian ghost haunting our nurseries, reminding us that the fight over who holds the reins of childhood is as timeless as a lullaby sung over a coal-smoked hearth. The great hall of Westminster thumped with the clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the oily perfume of coal smoke as the 1889 Child Welfare Act finally rose from the ink-stained desk of the clerk. MPs, their cravats flapping like startled birds, debated the fate of the nation's youngest laborers with a fervor that could have powered a steam engine. When the speaker's gavel fell, a hush fell over the chamber, broken only by the rustle of newspapers shouting children's rights. Outside, the fog lifted just enough to reveal a sea of soot-blackened factories, now silhouetted against a hopeful sunrise. The law promised regulated hours, compulsory schooling, and state-run nurseries. A promise as bold as a Dickens hero stepping onto a modern stage. In the streets, reformers erupted like confetti cannons, their cheers echoing off brickwork and mingling with the scent of fresh baked bread from market stalls. Women in lace aprons waved banners that read, "Play, not plow," while a brass band blared a jaunty tune that sounded suspiciously like a Victorian remix of We Will Rock You. Children, freed from the clang of looms, chased each other in puddles, their laughter bubbling like a freshly opened bottle of ale. The air was thick with the sweet perfume of lilacs from the garden of the Ladies' Temperance Society, a fragrant reminder that even activism could smell pretty. Yet beneath the jubilation, a nervous tremor ran through the crowd, as if everyone sensed they were stepping onto a tightrope over a pit of industrial grime. Not everyone was ready to swap soot for school books. Factory owners gathered in dim backrooms, their faces illuminated by the flicker of oil lamps and the occasional glow of a cigar ember. They grumbled that the act would turn their bustling workshops into quiet museums, and one burly foreman muttered, "What's next? A tea party with the Queen." Their protest banners read, "Profit over play" in bold, black letters, the ink smearing like fresh coal dust on a worker's cheek. The clang of iron machinery seemed to roar louder in response, a metallic chorus that threatened to drown out the reformers' songs. Ironically, the owners' fiercest argument was that children needed discipline, a word that now smelled of burnt tallow and stale tea. Amelia, now a spry teacher with ink-stained cuffs, stood at the threshold of the newly minted state nursery, its walls painted a hopeful sky blue that clashed with the soot-gray streets outside. Inside, rows of wooden benches creaked under the weight of tiny legs, while the smell of chalk dust mingled with the warm, yeasty aroma of fresh porridge. She greeted the first cohort of children, bright-eyed, mud-splattered, and still clutching half-eaten biscuits from the factory breakroom, with a grin that could outshine a gas lamp. As the clock struck the regulated hour, the children shuffled to their desks, their pencils scratching like tiny trains across paper, and a hush fell, punctuated only by the distant whistle of a factory that now had to wait. Amelia felt a swell of pride, as if she were conducting a symphony where every note was a child's giggle rather than a hammer's thud. Decades later, historians point to that 1889 showdown as the moment Britain finally stopped treating children like interchangeable cogs. Yet the debate roars on today, with modern gig economy apps trying to turn toddlers into TikTok influencers, proving that the battle between profit and play is as timeless as a Victorian penny farthing. Amelia's legacy lives on in every playground that smells of cut grass and sunscreen, a fragrant rebellion against the clang of unchecked labor. One can almost hear the ghost of the 1889 Act whispering, "Give them a break, literally," as policymakers wrestle with AI-driven homework bots. So, when you hear a child's laugh echoing over a factory's whistle, remember, it's not just nostalgia, it's the sound of a promise finally keeping its word. Picture a dimly lit archive, the smell of old vellum mingling with coffee from a nearby coworker's mug. As historians dust off the soot-blackened pages of Victorian pamphlets, they lean over the crackling typewriter, hearing the ghostly clack of a carriage return that once dictated how a child should be spanked or soothed. With a wry grin, they whisper, "If only we could send these rules to TikTok and watch the outrage explode." The past, they argue, isn't a dusty museum but a noisy echo chamber that still rattles the walls of our modern nurseries. In today's world, those Victorian squabbles about discipline are being resurrected like a badly behaved zombie at a family reunion. Take screen time, the neon-lit beast that devours toddlers' attention like a Victorian penny galloon swallowing a child's pocket money. Parents clutch their smartphones, feeling the electric buzz against their skin, while the old-time reformers would have brandished a wooden ruler with equal fervor. A policymaker jokes, "We've replaced the iron cradle with an iPad, but the lullaby of no more remains unchanged." The debate crackles like a fireplace, the scent of burnt wood mixing with the sterile smell of LED glow, as citizens argue whether pixels are the new corporal punishment. Ironically, the same moral panic that once warned against improper play now warns against improper pixels. When we talk parental leave, the Victorian factory floor rolls into view, its clangor of looms and the sour stench of coal dust filling the air. Workers once clocked out at dawn, leaving their infants swaddled in soot-stained blankets while they earned a penny for a loaf of bread. Today, a mother slides a stroller into a sleek office lobby, the scent of fresh espresso replacing the coal, yet she still battles the same question. Am I neglecting my child or my career? Policymakers, armed with spreadsheets instead of soot-stained ledger books, argue over weeks of paid leave like knights jousting over a golden carrot. The irony is palpable. Our modern factory is a glass tower, but the pressure to produce remains as relentless as a steam engine. Early childhood education now boasts bright murals, alphabet blocks that squeak, and the distant hum of a preschool's air conditioner. A far cry from the grimy dame schools where children learned to read by the flicker of a candle. Yet the Victorian insistence on rote memorization and moral sermons still haunts the curriculum, whispering from the shadows of a chalk-dusty blackboard. A teacher jokes, "We're basically the Hogwarts of the 21st century, minus the magic and plus a lot of Wi-Fi." The room smells of crayons and the faint tang of disinfectant, while parents debate whether their toddlers should be learning Shakespeare or how to navigate a digital sandbox. The debate, like a stubborn stain on a Victorian waistcoat, refuses to fade. So the echoes of Victorian childcare practices reverberate through our modern corridors, each clang of a debate sounding like a brass bell from a bygone era. We hear the same chorus, discipline versus nurturing, order versus freedom, all wrapped in the scent of fresh paint, burnt toast, or the occasional whiff of baby formula. As policymakers draft new statutes, they sit on chairs that creak like the old wooden stools of workhouses, feeling the weight of history pressing down like a damp cloak. The irony, dear listeners, is that while our gadgets glow brighter, our fundamental questions glow no less. In the end, the Victorian debates are less a relic and more a mirror, reflecting our perpetual struggle to raise the next generation without losing our sanity or our sense of humor. The soot-blackened streets of 1854 London hissed with the clatter of horse-drawn hansom cabs and the sour stench of coal smoke. In a cramped terraced house on Whitechapel Road, young Alina stood at the foot of a wooden cradle that seemed forged from iron, not wood. Her mother, Mrs. Whitmore, wielded a ruler like a baton, conducting the household with the precision of a Victorian marching band. Affection was a forbidden luxury, as rare as a fresh croissant in a workhouse kitchen. Even the candlelight seemed to flicker in protest, casting long shadows that whispered, "Behave or else." Breakfast was a regimented affair: boiled eggs, a slice of stale bread, and a spoonful of discipline. When Alina dared to linger over a cracked porcelain doll, Mrs. Whitmore's voice cracked louder than the floorboards. "A proper lady does not waste time with toys." The punishment was a swift, stinging slap that left a crimson bloom on her cheek, a reminder that love was measured in pain. Neighbors peered through lace curtains, their gossip dripping like rain on cobblestones, yet no one dared to intervene. The only solace Alina found was the occasional sigh of the wind, which seemed to carry a secret lullaby from a world where hugs existed. Inside Alina's mind, a storm brewed, thunderous with guilt and the metallic taste of fear. She imagined herself as a character in a Dickens novel, forever trapped in a chapter titled Misery and Manners. The hallway's wallpaper, peeling like old scabs, mirrored the cracks forming in her confidence. At night, the house creaked like a tired stagehand, and Alina's heart thudded in rhythm with the ticking of the grandfather clock, each tick a reminder of time slipping through her clenched fists. She once dreamed of escaping to a modern sitcom where parents say, "It's okay, sweetie," instead of brandishing a cane, an absurd fantasy that made her giggle despite the gloom. Fast forward to today's living rooms, where the air smells of espresso and essential oils, not soot and boiled cabbage. Modern parents hand out stickers like medals, whispering, "You did great," while scrolling through TikTok videos of cats in tiny sweaters. If Alina's mother had a smartphone, she'd probably post a stern selfie captioned, "Victorian vibes only," and the comments would be flooded with emojis of skulls and roses. Yet the echo of that stiff cradle still reverberates in the quiet moments when a child cries unheard, and a parent, exhausted, snaps a terse "stop it" into the void. The irony is palpable. We've swapped iron cradles for plush ones, but the weight of expectation still presses down like a London fog on a rainy afternoon. Alina, now an old woman with silver hair tangled like the smoke of a chimney, still feels the ghost of that wooden cradle tugging at her ribs. She sits by the fire, sipping tea that tastes of nostalgia and regret, and watches her grandchildren play with plush dinosaurs that squeak louder than her childhood silence. The room is warm, the windows open to the chirping of sparrows, yet a lingering chill reminds her that the past is a stubborn stain on a fresh sheet. In a moment of bitter humor, she mutters, "If only my mother had watched The Crown, maybe she'd have learned to hug instead of hurl." The stiff cradle, though long broken, still rocks the conversation about how Victorian parenting forged a generation of resilient yet bruised souls, a legacy that even today's therapists must untangle. Elinor tiptoed down the narrow cobblestone alley, the evening fog clinging to her skirts like a shy lover. The clang of carriage wheels faded behind her as the iron gate of the manor loomed, its stone-cold shoulders whispering centuries of discipline. She felt the weight of her mother's stern stare still humming in her ears, a reminder that tears were for the weak and obedience was the only currency. Yet tonight, a muffled rustle of parchment and hushed laughter drifted from the garden wall, promising a different kind of lesson. With a rebellious spark flickering, she slipped through the ivy, her heart drumming like a Victorian metronome on a dare. Behind the hedges, a circle of reformers huddled around a flickering oil lamp, their faces half lit like stage actors in a Shakespearean tragedy. They poured tea that smelled of cinnamon and rebellion, while the air thrummed with the soft clink of teacups and the occasional cough from a smoker, a reminder that even progress had a nicotine-stained tail. One woman, clutching a battered copy of Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, declared that children were not miniature factories, but fragile souls needing warmth. The group erupted in nervous chuckles, aware that advocating hugs over hounds might earn them a spot on the city's most undesirable list. Elinor listened, her cheeks flushing as the words stitched a new ribbon of hope across the cracks of her upbringing. A lanky gentleman named Thomas, with spectacles perched like periscopes, narrated stories of French psychologists who measured a child's smile like a baker checks dough. He described how gentle affection could melt the ironclad discipline forged by Victorian parents, comparing it to how a warm blanket softens a chill bent night. Elinor imagined her own childhood as a locked chest, the lid rusted shut, and suddenly felt the key tenderness being offered on the table. The scent of fresh lavender from a wildflower bouquet wafted in, cutting through the musty musk of old books, and Elinor inhaled, feeling somewhere between a Victorian governess and a modern therapist. A sudden burst of laughter, someone slipping on a wet cobblestone, reminded them that even revolutions had a comic footnote. Yet the reformers did not shy from the darker truth. Repression had left a generation with hollow eyes, like the empty windows of a boarded-up tenement. They whispered of mothers who smothered cries with a stern, "Be a man," while secretly fearing the ghosts of their own unspoken sorrows. Elinor felt a cold shiver as the wind slipped through cracked shutters, carrying the faint smell of coal smoke and the bitter taste of stale tea, proof that the cost of silence was as tangible as soot on the skin. A gaunt old man recounted his own son's breakdown, describing it as a tea kettle whistling until it bursts, a vivid image of mental pressure building unseen. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, a chorus of indignation that echoed off the brick walls like a rebellious rock song in a dusty library. As the night deepened, Elinor stood at the edge of the gathering, the moon casting silver graffiti on the garden's stones, and felt the first tremor of rebellion in her chest. She promised herself to carry these new ideas home, to sprinkle a pinch of affection into her father's stern regimen, like adding a dash of pepper to a bland stew. The reformers raised their teacups in a toast, their clink sounding like tiny cymbals heralding a future where children could breathe without the weight of a rigid corset on their souls. Elinor laughed, a sound that startled a nearby cat, realizing that humor could be the secret weapon against oppression. With a final glance at the oil lamp sputtering into darkness, she stepped back onto the cobblestones, ready to whisper rebellion into every corner of her Victorian world. Maya Collins slides into her cluttered downtown office, the smell of stale coffee mingling with the faint perfume of old books. Sunlight slants through blinds, casting striped shadows over a stack of yellowed diaries that once belonged to her great-great-grandmother Alina. She flicks on a recorder, whispers, "Let's see what Victorian discipline sounds like in 2025. And the device crackles to life like an eager gossip. The walls are plastered with modern brain scans, yet the centerpiece is a cracked leather journal whose pages whisper of whips, sermons, and the clink of copper pots. Maya grins, half amused, half terrified, as she prepares to chase ghosts that still haunt her clients' nightmares. She cracks open the first entry, and the ink smells of soot and cheap ink, like a chimney sweeper's aftershave. Alina writes of the iron discipline, a wooden ruler slammed across a child's palm, the sound echoing like a metronome of misery in a dim nursery. Maya can almost feel the cold sting, hear the stern voice, "Mind your manners, child," reverberating against plaster walls lined with oil lamps. The diary mentions the scent of boiled cabbage and the bitter tang of fear that clung to the family's linen curtains. With each line, Maya's mind paints a tableau so vivid she half expects a Victorian governess to pop out of the page and scold her for modern frivolity. In her therapist's chair, Maya maps those brutal rituals onto the anxiety that now flickers in her patients like faulty neon signs. She explains, with a wink, that the old spare the rod mantra is the ancestor of today's just do it self-help mantra, only with fewer yoga mats and more bruises. The irony drips like tea from a cracked teacup. The very discipline meant to forge sturdy souls now seeds brittle anxiety, a mental rust that corrodes confidence. Maya cites a case where a client's panic attacks trigger at the sound of a wooden spoon, an echo of Alina's kitchen punishments. She laughs, noting that even the ghost of a Victorian scold can outwit a TikTok therapist's 60-second pep talk. Maya's own childhood flickers in the back of her mind, a montage of bedtime stories and the occasional time out that felt more like a miniature exile to the attic. She jokes that her mother's "no dessert until you finish your veggies" was a milder cousin of Alina's "no dessert until you finish your soul." The room hums with the low whir of a fan, reminding her of the Victorian heat that made the air taste of iron. She pulls a pop culture reference from thin air. If Black Mirror ever did a Victorian episode, it'd be called The Discipline Protocol, she quips, watching the recorder's red light blink like a nervous eye. Yet beneath the humor, a quiet resolve settles. She will untangle the knot of inherited trauma with the same tenacity she uses to untangle earbuds. As the sun dips, casting amber glow over the diary's cracked spine, Maya feels the echo of Alina's voice reverberate across centuries, a faint yet unmistakable hum. She closes the journal with a soft thud, the sound like a final bell ringing out a school day long ended. "We're not doomed to repeat the past," she tells the empty room, her voice steady as a metronome, but with a mischievous twinkle like a cat eyeing a laser pointer. The chapter's title, Echoes Across Time, now feels less like a haunting and more like a call to remix history into a healthier chorus. With a sigh that smells of fresh ink and possibility, Maya steps out, ready to rewrite the family script, one that trades iron rods for compassionate conversation. Maya slipped into the cramped consulting room, the ticking of the old brass clock louder than a DJ's bass drop in a club. The stale scent of antiseptic mingled with the faint perfume of lavender from a wilted bouquet, a reminder that even grief tries to smell pretty. Her patient, a trembling woman clutching a frayed handkerchief, burst into sobs that rattled the window panes like a busted car alarm. In that moment, Maya felt the floorboards of her own mind wobble, as if the very house of her ancestors were leaning in, gossiping in Victorian whispers. She recalled Eleanor, her great-great-aunt, whose silent sighs were smothered by lace-tight corsets and sermons about duty, all delivered from a fireplace that smelled of burning coal and boiled cabbage. The Victorian doctrine, children are mirrors, not mirrors of the soul, was a stern, ink-stained rule-book that never offered a pillow for a broken heart. Eleanor's grief was tucked away in a drawer of teacups, never poured out, leaving behind a bitter aftertaste of unspoken pain. Maya imagined the echo of a stern governess's voice, a ghostly metronome ticking. "Compose yourself, child, or you'll be a scandal." As if the past were a sitcom rerun without subtitles. When the patient's breakdown erupted, Maya's professional composure cracked like an overcooked egg on a hot tin roof. The woman's wail rose, filling the room with the raw scent of sweat and cheap coffee, and Maya saw Eleanor's suppressed anguish reflected in those tears, a cruel déjà vu. She laughed, half nervous, half desperate, thinking of a meme where a therapist says, "I'm here for you, but I also need a nap," because even the gods of psychology need a coffee break. The irony hit hard. The very doctrine that taught stoicism now screamed for release, and Maya felt the weight of generations pulling at her shoulders like a tug of war with invisible ropes. Modern therapy, with its colorful charts and brain-training apps, clashed spectacularly against the stiff, soot-stained morals of Victorian England. Maya pulled out a notebook, its pages smelling of fresh ink, and wrote down cognitive behavioral tips, the kind that would make a 19th-century moralist clutch his cravat in horror. She whispered, "We can rewire those old circuits, Aunt Eleanor. You don't have to haunt us like a Dickens ghost on repeat," hoping the humor would cut through the gloom like a laser pointer through a dusty attic. The room seemed to breathe, inhaling the clash of old parchment and neon screens, exhaling a sigh of reluctant progress. Standing at the edge of this emotional cliff, Maya sensed the breaking point, a jagged line where the past's brittle glass meets the present's tempered steel. She felt the grit of old soot on her fingertips and the cool shine of a modern clipboard, both urging her forward. With a half smirk, she declared, "If we can't rewrite history, we can at least edit the footnotes." And the patient's sobs softened into a shaky chuckle, like a glitchy sitcom laugh track. The chapter closed on a breathless pause, the scent of rain on cobblestones leaking through the window, promising that the next act would either shatter or rebuild the foundation of their intertwined minds. Maya stepped onto the cracked wooden stage, the scent of old leather and stale tea curling around her like a Victorian ghost. She glanced at the rows of eager faces, half of them scrolling through Instagram memes about parenting hacks, while the other half wore spectacles that reminded her of sepia-toned portraits. Tonight's mission was simple, yet ridiculous: to untangle the iron-clad corsets of 19th-century discipline that still snugged around modern families' throats. She could almost hear the echo of a stern governess shouting, "Mind your manners," reverberating through the auditorium's dusty rafters. With a wry smile, Maya announced that the only thing stricter than a Victorian nanny was the Wi-Fi password at her own house. In the therapist's dimly lit office, Maya revisited the attic of her family's past, where cardboard boxes reeked of mildew and ancient lullabies. She and Dr. Patel peeled back the layers of her grandmother's diary, each entry dripping with the sour perfume of boiled cabbage and unspoken guilt. The therapist likened the old school, "just do as I say," approach to a relentless treadmill that kept the heart pounding in a weirdly motivational speaking coach way. Maya laughed, half-choked, as she realized her childhood rebellion, sneaking candy under the table, mirrored the same quiet resistance that Victorian children showed by stealing apples from the orchard. Together they rewrote the narrative, swapping the heavy oak desk of discipline for a soft, sun-lit sofa of empathy. Armed with newfound insight, Maya launched an advocacy campaign that felt part protest march, part reality TV makeover. She plastered colorful flyers on bus stops, each one scented with lavender oil to soothe the anxious commuter who might otherwise sniff at the poster's bold claim. "Your kids aren't Victorian automatons." At the community center, she hosted a tea and talk, where participants sipped chai while swapping horror stories of no-cry policies that smelled like burnt toast and bureaucratic paperwork. The irony was delicious. The crowd roared with laughter when Maya demonstrated a Victorian time out, a tiny wooden bench with a brass bell, complete with a goofy Victorian wig she borrowed from a local theater. Even the mayor, who usually spoke in the monotone of a weather forecast, winked and declared that the city would fund kindness quotas for schools, a phrase that sounded as absurd as a unicorn on a council agenda. The night of the public lecture, the hall buzzed with the metallic clang of a projector and the low hum of nervous energy, like a steam engine about to burst. Maya stood beneath a spotlit chandelier that glittered like tin foil on a school science fair, and she began weaving the saga of her great-great-grandmother, whose stern stare could freeze a kettle on the stove. She illustrated how the ghost of "spare the rod" still whispered in modern phrases like "tough love" and "no screen time," each word dripping with the sour tang of old pennies and fresh coffee. A slide flashed a meme of a Victorian nanny holding a giant rubber ducky, and the audience erupted in chuckles, the sound ricocheting off the plaster walls like rebellious giggles in a convent. Maya closed with a slow, breathy mantra. Let the past be a lesson, not a chain. While the lights dimmed and the smell of sandalwood incense filled the room, soothing even the most hardened skeptics. When the curtain fell, Maya felt a peculiar lightness, as if a heavy wool coat had been tossed aside for a breezy summer shirt. She walked home past a neon-lit bakery whose windows displayed cupcakes shaped like tiny top hats, a cheeky nod to the era she'd just dissected. In her mind, she heard the faint echo of her ancestor's voice, now softened into a jazz-era saxophone solo, reminding her that healing is less about erasing history and more about remixing its rhythm. She texted her younger cousin, who replied with a gif of a dinosaur wearing a "Do Not Disturb" sign, saying, "Thanks, Aunt Maya, I'll stop yelling at my kid for not flossing." Thus, the family's emotional saga found its finale, not an abrupt period, but an ellipsis, a promise that future generations will write softer chapters, armed with therapy, advocacy, and the occasional sarcastic Victorian meme. The year is 1843, and London's fog hangs low like a cheap theater curtain, swallowing the clatter of horse-drawn carts and the cries of street vendors. In a narrow alley, soot-blackened bricks exhale a sour smell of coal and cheap gin, and young Thomas shuffles toward the looming brick facade of Whitfield Cotton Mill. His thin hands clutch a battered satchel, its leather cracked open like a tired smile, while his mother's last words echo in his ears. "Work, lad, or starve." The mill's iron gates yawn open with a groan that could rival a dragon's sigh, inviting a dozen children to trade daylight for endless whir of machines. Thomas steps onto the cracked cobbles, feeling the weight of destiny settle on his shoulders like an overpriced Victorian coat. Inside, the factory is a cavern of timber and steel, lit by flickering oil lamps that throw jittery shadows over rows of relentless looms. The machines chant a deafening hymn of clacking needles, steam hissing like a kettle on a witch's brew, and cotton dust coats everything in a ghostly white veil. Thomas's fingers dance over the shuttle, snapping and snapping, his heart thudding in rhythm with the pistons, each beat a reminder that a slip could mean a lost finger or a lost future. Sweat drips into his eyes, mixing with the cotton fluff to create a blurry kaleidoscope that makes him feel like he's starring in a gritty reality TV show called Factory Survivor. By midday, his stomach growls louder than the loom, but the overseer's whistle cuts it short, a cruel reminder that hunger is just another cog in the machine. Across town, Mary Whitfield, a reformer with a penchant for lace and a mind sharper than a needle, strides through the same soot-laden streets, notebook in hand like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. She pauses at the mill's iron gate, inhaling the acrid air and noting how the sky looks as if someone spilled a bottle of ink over the city. Mary watches the children, their faces pale as parchment, their eyes glazed with exhaustion, and she can't help but think the scene would make even the most hardened Victorian miser wince. A stray cat darts past, its tail flicking like a metronome, and Mary chuckles darkly. If only the factory could produce a decent cup of tea, perhaps we'd have something to cheer about. With a sigh that carries the weight of 1,000 petitions, she decides that today's tour will be more than a stroll. It will be a battlefield for compassion. Mary slips inside, her silk shawl brushing against the cotton dust, and she spots Thomas hunched over a loom, his back bent like a question mark. She leans over, whispering, "You're not a cog, you're a kid, remember that." And Thomas looks up, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and a flicker of hope, as if she just offered him a secret level in a video game. The overseer eyes Mary like she's a rogue thief, but she meets his stare with a smile that says, "I've got more leverage than your entire payroll." She gathers a handful of cotton, letting it slip through her fingers, and declares, "If these fibers can be spun into cloth, they can be woven into rights." A line that would make a modern activist Instagram caption blush. The children around her gasp, and for a moment the factory hums with a different kind of electricity, one of possibility. By sunset, the mill's silhouette darkens against the bruised sky, but Mary's notebook brims with names, dates, and a burning resolve that could outshine a coal furnace. She marches back to the soot-splattered streets, clutching Thomas's tiny, ink-stained hand like a priceless artifact, and vows to turn their misery into a chorus of reform. News of her visit spreads faster than gossip at a tea party, reaching the parlors of London's elite, who sip their brandy and gasp, "Child labor? That's so 19th century." The irony is palpable. A society that idolizes progress yet shackles its youngest. A plot twist worthy of a Dickens novel turned into a Netflix binge. As the city's lamps flicker on, the stage is set for a national awakening, a drama that will eventually script the rights of children we now take for granted. In the soot-blackened heart of Manchester, Mary Whitfield stood on a rickety platform and shouted over the roar of looms, her voice slicing through the clatter like a sax solo in a jazz club. She gathered a motley crew of former child laborers, temperamental clergy, and a few gentlemen who fancied themselves the Victorian version of the Avengers. The air smelled of oil, burnt cotton, and the sour tang of hope that lingered like a stubborn perfume. As the crowd swayed, Mary waved a tattered petition that read like a manifesto for a future where children could trade chalk for crayons, not coal for cash. The scene felt like a gritty music video, complete with the occasional cough that sounded suspiciously like a laugh track. That night, Mary and her allies marched to the marble steps of Parliament, their boots slapping the cobblestones in a rhythm that could have been a drumline at a rock concert. Inside the Grand Hall, the petition landed on a clerk's desk with a thud louder than a misplaced bass drop, prompting a chorus of raised eyebrows and whispered snickers. Sir Edmund, a veteran MP with a mustache as grand as a Victorian mustache wax commercial, read aloud the grievances, his voice echoing like a megaphone in a cathedral. The smell of ink and old leather mingled with the faint perfume of tea, while the gas lights flickered, casting dramatic shadows that made the petition look like a superhero's cape. By the time the session adjourned, the room buzzed with a nervous energy that felt oddly like the pre-game hype before a World Cup final. When the first factory acts finally crept through the legislative maze, they capped the workday at 10 hours for children and demanded a half-day of schooling, an edict that sounded as revolutionary as the first iPhone. Factory owners grumbled, their faces turning the color of the soot they inhaled, while schoolchildren squealed with a joy that reminded Mary of a kid discovering Wi-Fi for the first time. The new law was posted on tavern walls, the ink still wet, and the townsfolk could almost taste the metallic tang of change in the air. Yet the acts were thin as paper. They lacked teeth, and enforcement officers were as scarce as a decent Wi-Fi signal in a cottage. Still, the legislation lit a spark that flickered brighter than a candle in a windstorm, hinting that the old order might finally be forced to listen. The mill owners, however, weren't about to let their profit margins go down the drain like a leaky bathtub, and they launched a campaign of intimidation that would make a modern corporate PR nightmare look like a kindergarten art project. They hired thugs to harass petition signers, spread rumors that schooling would turn children into lazy poets, and even threatened to shut down whole districts, leaving families with mouths as empty as a bank vault after a heist. The smell of burnt toast from makeshift protests mingled with the sour scent of fear, and Mary felt the weight of poverty pressing on her shoulders like a brick-laden backpack. Yet each threat only hardened her resolve, and she answered the owner's bluster with a grin that said, "You can't scare a child who's already seen the dark." The clash turned the streets into a stage where irony performed. Those who claimed to protect the economy were the very ones sabotaging their future workforce. In the end, the child rights movement survived the onslaught, emerging bruised but unbowed, like a phoenix that's just discovered the joys of a good espresso. Mary's rallying cries echoed through factories and schools, inspiring a generation to demand not just shorter hours, but dignity, a concept as radical then as a tick-tock dance today. The opposition's fury faded like the last embers of a coal fire, replaced by a cautious optimism that even the most stubborn mill owner might one day swap a ledger for a lesson plan. Historians later called this moment the spark of reform, a phrase that sounds almost cinematic, as if someone had slapped a dramatic trailer title over a soot-stained ledger. And so, with every child's laughter that rose above the clatter of looms, the revolution whispered that the future was finally theirs to write. The soot-blackened streets of London had once whispered of child labor, but by the late 1800s, a new chorus rose. Factory whistles now sounded like alarm clocks for schoolchildren. Thomas, his hair now peppered with gray, boarded a steamship with a battered leather satchel full of pamphlets and a heart full of hope. As the vessel chugged across the channel, the salty wind tangled his thoughts about the soot-filled factories he'd escaped and the bright classrooms he'd championed. He rehearsed his story in the mirror of the ship's galley, where the clatter of copper pots became a percussion of possibility. Little did he know, the world beyond the British Isles was already humming a similar tune, albeit in different keys. In the bustling streets of New York, reformers slapped their fists on wooden desks, demanding compulsory education for every child, even the ones who spent their afternoons sweeping soot from tenements. The scent of fresh ink mixed with the sour tang of horse manure as teachers marched through tenement alleys, waving red-lined flyers like protest banners. Thomas stood on a cracked sidewalk, his voice booming over the clamor of streetcars, recounting how a boy once swapped his lunch for a loom in a Yorkshire mill. A skeptical reporter snorted, noting that Thomas sounded like a Victorian version of a modern TED speaker, complete with a metaphorical PowerPoint made of parchment. The crowd erupted in applause, the sound ricocheting off brick walls like a chorus of hopeful children chanting, "School." Across the Atlantic, Parisian cafes buzzed with intellectuals debating child welfare, while the scent of freshly baked baguettes wafted through open windows. French legislators, draped in silk cravats, argued whether a child's right to play should outweigh a factory's right to profit, their voices rising like the steam from a café au lait. Thomas, now a lanky ambassador of British reform, slipped into a smoky salon, his tale spilling out amidst the clink of crystal glasses. He found humor in the irony that the same city that birthed haute couture also stitched together laws to protect tiny hands from needlepoint factories. The French audience laughed, then sobered, as Thomas described the smell of coal dust that still clung to his childhood clothes like a stubborn perfume. In the far-flung colonies, the echo of exploitation sounded louder than any church bell, the humid air heavy with the odor of tar and tropical fruit. Local activists, armed with machetes of determination, fought to replace child labor on sugarcane fields with schoolrooms shaded by palm fronds. Thomas stepped onto a sun-baked veranda, his voice cracking like an old vinyl record, and recounted his own escape from the clutches of a textile mill. He joked that his journey felt like a Game of Thrones spin-off, minus the dragons, but with plenty of political intrigue and occasional betrayals by unscrupulous plantation owners. The crowd, eyes glistening with both tears and sweat, cheered, realizing that the fight for child rights was a global saga, not just a British footnote. By the time Thomas boarded the return ship, The world seemed stitched together with threads of legislation, school bells, and the occasional sarcastic quip about Victorian prudishness. He watched the sunrise paint the ocean gold, feeling the salty spray on his cheeks like a reminder that change, like tide, never truly stops. The chapter's title, Crossing Borders, Global Echoes, rang true as reformers in every corner sang the same hopeful chorus, albeit in different dialects. Thomas smiled, thinking of the irony that a boy once forced to count loom stitches now counted the number of nations drafting child rights charters. As the ship's horn bellowed, he whispered a promise to keep the story alive, because every child deserves a future that doesn't smell like coal. When the clock struck midnight on New Year's Eve 1999, the glassy towers of Manhattan flickered like a giant neon Christmas tree, and a ragtag crew of diplomats, child advocates, and caffeine-addicted translators spilled into the UN conference hall. The air tasted of burnt espresso and the faint perfume of cheap cologne, a cocktail that would fuel 24 hours of feverish debate. They gathered under a banner that read, "The Declaration of Innocence," a tongue-in-cheek nod to the Victorian notion that children were property, not people. In the corner, a bored security guard hummed the theme from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, oblivious to the historic storm brewing. Yet none of them imagined that this midnight rendezvous would become the climax of a century-long struggle for kids' rights. Decades earlier, soot-blackened factories in London spat out ash that clung to the tiny hands of child laborers, while schoolrooms were as rare as a Wi-Fi signal in a Victorian attic. Reformers like Dickens and Mary Carpenter wrote pamphlets that smelled of ink and urgency, demanding that children be seen as future citizens, not cheap muscle. Their cries echoed across oceans, inspiring a slow-moving parade of laws that treated kids like fragile glass, beautiful but easily shattered. By the 1970s, activists swapped quill pens for megaphones, marching in denim jackets and chanting like a rock concert crowd. Each generation added a brick to the towering idea that every child deserved a voice, a right, a safe place to grow. Fast forward to the sleek conference room, where the United Nations polished marble reflected the nervous sweat of delegates from every corner of the globe. The United States leaned hard on its economic clout, insisting on a clause that would let them veto any child rights enforcement that threatened trade. Meanwhile, a stern-eyed envoy from China muttered about sovereignty, while a small delegation from the Pacific Islands whispered that the ocean's tides could drown their children if climate change went unchecked. The room buzzed with the hiss of translation headsets, the rustle of paper, and the occasional cough that sounded like a trumpet blast of dissent. Tension crackled like static on an old TV set, threatening to short-circuit the whole enterprise. Negotiators tried to water down the draft with the finesse of a chef sprinkling sugar on a burnt steak, proposing vague phrases like, "the best interests of the child," a legal loophole that could be interpreted as whatever the adult thinks is cool. A few witty diplomats slipped in jokes about child labor, meaning kids making TikTok videos for pocket money, hoping humor would soften the blow. Ironically, the very act of softening the language risked turning the convention into a decorative wall plaque rather than a living shield. The smell of stale pizza from the catering room mingled with the sour taste of frustration as advocates shouted, "We want rights, not riddles." Yet every time a clause was threatened, a child's portrait, drawn in crayon, eyes wide with hope, was slid across the table, reminding everyone why they were there. When the final gavel fell, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child rose from the table like a newborn phoenix, its pages fluttering with the scent of fresh ink and optimism. Nations signed with pens that clicked like the start button on a classic Nintendo console, each signature a power-up for millions of kids worldwide. The document, though peppered with compromises, still guaranteed education, protection from abuse, and the right to play. Yes, even the right to binge-watch cartoons without guilt. As delegates filed out, the city lights outside twinkled like a galaxy of tiny eyes, and a street performer in the lobby began a goofy rendition of "We Are the World," turning the moment into a bittersweet encore. The Declaration of Innocence, once a sarcastic banner, now stands as a promise that the future's smallest citizens will no longer be invisible. When the convention finally inked its signature, the world felt like a stage after a fireworks finale, bright, noisy, and a little bit sweaty. In sleek glass towers and cramped council rooms alike, policymakers dusted off the old Victorian tomes and shouted, "We've got this!" only to hear the echo of 1,000 unanswered questions. The air was thick with the smell of fresh coffee and stale promises, a reminder that good intentions often need a stronger brew. Modern guardians, young, tech-savvy, and oddly nostalgic for Thomas and Mary's earnest letters, took up the mantle with a swagger that would make a superhero's cape look modest. They knew the promise of the convention was a promise to be kept, not just a fancy bookmark in a dusty law book. First on the agenda was the digital jungle, where kids scroll through TikTok like squirrels on caffeine, oblivious to the lurking predators in comment sections. Legislators tried to tame the beast with age verification pop-ups that felt as useful as a screen door on a submarine. The sound of notification dings clanged like tiny bells in a cathedral, each one a reminder that safety online is a moving target. One brave minister even tried to ban certain memes, only to discover irony is the internet's favorite snack. In the end, they settled on a mix of education, parental controls, and a dash of good old-fashioned common sense. Because nothing scares a teenager more than a parent who actually knows how to code. Meanwhile, the global supply chain resembled a massive, greasy kitchen where children slipped under conveyor belts like tiny, terrified ants. Factories in far-off lands churned out gadgets that smelled of burnt plastic and ambition, while the children who assembled them inhaled fumes that could turn a healthy lung into a wilted lettuce leaf. Activists waved protest signs that read, "No more child labor, unless it's in a video game." And the irony was as sharp as the metal tools they wielded. Governments tried to trace the origins of every screw, but the paperwork felt like untangling a knot of spaghetti in the dark. Eventually, a coalition of NGOs, brands, and a few earnest senators cooked up a certification system that promised transparency. Though the taste of real change still lingered like a stubborn aftertaste of cheap coffee. Education equity entered the scene like a marching band in a quiet library, complete with the clatter of chalk dust and the occasional squeak of squeaky shoes. Rural classrooms still smelled of damp earth and old textbooks, while urban schools boasted smartboards that flickered like neon signs at midnight. Policymakers promised laptops for every child, yet the reality was a patchwork of cracked screens and Wi-Fi signals that disappeared faster than a magician's rabbit. A witty tweet went viral. If education were a pizza, some kids are still getting the crust. The new guardians rolled up their sleeves, funding after-school programs and demanding that every child's learning environment be as nourishing as a home-cooked meal, not a half-baked casserole. Through all the chaos, a fresh generation of guardians emerged, their eyes bright with the same fire that once drove Thomas and Mary to pen letters by candlelight. They marched through city halls with banners that read, "Rights aren't optional, they're the default setting." And they laughed at the absurdity of having to remind adults that children are not just tiny adults in training wheels. Their policies blended the old-world earnestness with meme culture savvy, turning serious debates into lively town halls where the smell of fresh pastries mingled with heated discussion. In the end, they crafted a world where every child's right to safety, fair work, and quality education feels as natural as sunrise. No longer a distant promise, but a daily reality they can touch, taste, and hear.